special day of racing on tap today as we crown the first Canadian Cycling Esports National Champions with 3 races on schedule for the second day of racing this weekend in a special battle on the virtual roads of RGT. We will be using real Canadian courses out there today, roads that you can go ride in real life as we crown once again our first Canadian Esports National Championships. We'll be using the Canadian Summer Games courses. We're going to be heading up to Pelham, Ontario a little bit later this year. This will be a nice preview of the course to give riders a chance to get a look at that one, as again we use real-life courses here on RGT for the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. All right, riders lining up as they get ready. Just about 10 minutes from race start for our first wave of riders. Honored to be joined by Audrey Lemieux for all of our coverage today. My name is Brad Soner, and we're going to be doing our best to bring you through the coverage today. Audrey, it is so exciting to have our first Canadian National Championships here in the virtual world. My, how far we have come.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. This is going to be a great race, and especially since it's a real course, the Canada Summer Games, it's going to be a good race. There is a lot of riders ready to give us a big show.
Today's broadcast will be in both French and English. Audrey will be handling the French side of things, and I'll do my best to guide you through in English, so some parts of the broadcast today will be bilingual.
Oui, exactement. Alors, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Aujourd'hui, c'est la première édition des championnats canadiens e-sports de Cyclisme Canada, présenté par Wahoo. Et le parcours aujourd'hui sera sur le parcours qui sera donc utilisé pour les Jeux du Canada en 2022. C'est un parcours qui va être dans la ville de Pelham, en Ontario. Il y a beaucoup de montées, on va avoir l'occasion d'en parler. Beaucoup de montées, pas beaucoup de temps de récupérer entre les montées. Donc, on est très excités pour cette course.
As we said, 3 different races out there today. We will have multiple categories in each race, but let's start with our first of the day. We're going to have our junior and U17 men out there doing 2 laps of our race course. We'll take a look at that here in just a bit. Our second wave of the day brings the elite women and junior women. They'll be racing together, but will be scored separately. We'll talk about that as well, doing 3 laps of the circuit. And then our final race of the day at 4:30 Eastern Time for the elite men. They will race alone on 4 laps of the circuit.
Alors voilà l'horaire de la journée. À 1h30, vous allez avoir la catégorie des juniors hommes et des moins de 17 ans, dis-je bien. Ce sera 2 tours de parcours. À 15h10, ce sera au tour des femmes de s'élancer, les élites ainsi que les juniors femmes qui vont faire 3 tours de parcours. Mais ce sera des classements séparés. On aura l'occasion d'en reparler plus tard. Et notre dernière course au programme aujourd'hui, ce sera la course des élites hommes. Et ils feront 4 tours. Ça commencera à 4h30.
Welcoming riders from all over Canada. We will have a chance to see some of those riders today in our Lexus Zoom room. Nice to have the access to these riders. This is a very unique way to watch cycling, Audrey, but I'm very excited to see inside of the training area of all these different riders.
Yeah, I'm really excited too. This is amazing to know how much they're gonna press on the pedal on the lifetime. Alors, vous le voyez, c'est les athlètes en temps réel sur leur machine pour faire les championnats canadiens. On va avoir l'occasion de les voir tout au long de la journée.
All right, as we talked about the course profile for today, using what will be a familiar course to riders soon, because this is the course that they're going to be using at the Summer Games coming up later this year. You can see the course profile in the upper left corner. There is a lot of up and down on this course. Very few flat sections into the start and finish at Fonthill. Again, our first group of riders doing 2 laps, but as you can see on the elevation, there is a lot of climbing and descending today.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of punchy climbs as well, rolling hills, a lot of action on this course, and for sure this is going to be a route with only a few seconds of rest before the next effort, so it's going to be hard one. Alors, vous l'avez vu le parcours, donc c'est un parcours qui a des montée assez punchy. Il y a aussi des sections vallonnées. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de récupération entre les montées. Donc, ça va être un parcours difficile. Un beau défi pour les cyclistes aujourd'hui.
Tactics will also be very important today. In addition to being strong, you have to understand how to play the game here on RGT, because there is an element of gameplay involved on the virtual platform. So it'll be very important for the riders to understand how the platform, we're using the RGT, the Road Grand Tour platform for the racing today, where the riders connect their trainer to the internet. So as the road goes uphill on the course today, the trainers will respond. They have smart trainers that will accurately represent the elevation that they're going through, and so that's why we're looking at that elevation profile. The riders do have a verification process to make sure that all of the power readings are accurate and all of the results are fair. And then, of course, the drafting on RGT as well. A big part of the difference of this platform, Audrey, is the realistic drafting that occurs in this game. If you get close to the rider in front of you, it will start saving you energy, and so you really can work to be efficient in this platform, just like in real life. You have to be strong, but you also have to be smart.
Yeah, this is going to be a major factor on the race today, the real-life drafting physics, and also the course elevation changes. It's really important to take in consideration those elements. When you talk about strategy today, that's going to be a big key factor. Alors, comme vous pouvez le constater, là, aujourd'hui, sur la plateforme RGT, eh bien, tous les athlètes vont être connectés là-dessus. Vous allez voir que les athlètes vont avoir beaucoup plus de résistance quand il va y avoir des montées. Alors ça va être à prendre en considération pour les différentes stratégies. Et il y a eu un processus de vérification pour tous les coureurs pour s'assurer que la puissance déployée est bien faite en fonction du poids de la personne. Et il va y avoir aussi du drafting, donc on va pouvoir bénéficier de l'aspiration des autres athlètes. Donc ça va être très stratégique.
We're going to see some of those drafting graphics and some of that strategy on the screen here. One of the unique things about RGT, we get to see a lot of information for each of the riders. So maybe the most important thing is in the upper left corner of the screen. The top left will show the individual rider's power, cadence, and heart rate, so we can see how hard they are riding. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, the top right, it shows the current distance, the distance they have to go, and also the elevation that they're on. So we'll talk about some of the other graphics on the screen as the day goes on. But Audrey, I have to imagine as a bike racer, it's very different from racing in real life when you have all of this information available to you all at one time.
Yeah, for sure. You need to follow a little bit more the numbers and to pay attention on all the other riders as well, as compared to on the road. Sometimes it's just by feel, and also it's a bit different on the platform here. You need to really pay attention. It's important, and you know how far is the other rider to up the road if there is a breakaway, and you need to react pretty quick when there is someone up the road.
You can also see the watt per kilogram. That's the measure that we use to sort of determine how hard a rider is riding. We'll talk more about that, about the science behind watt per kilogram and all that as the day goes on, but we will be able to see that from multiple riders throughout the day. You can see on the left side of the screen, it shows the current standings, and then it also shows the rider's watt per kilogram.
Yes, exactly. And people can really have a look on that. They can respect their number. If they go over their number too soon into the race course like today, it can be really hard at the end of the race. Alors, comme vous pouvez le constater, on va voir les données des athlètes. En haut à gauche, vous avez la puissance déployée, la cadence, le rythme cardiaque aussi des athlètes, et on a même les watts par kilo de chacun des athlètes. Donc, on va pouvoir en parler tout au long de la journée, mais c'est les données qui sont disponibles pour nous pendant la course.
So you see the riders starting to ramp their power up. The most one very important thing in virtual racing is the start. On RGT, when the clock hits 0, the power immediately starts registering. And so when the riders start, they will set their power or ramp their power up as high as they can when the clock gets to 0. And so you usually start that maybe 10 or 15 seconds before. You start to raise your power up so that when the clock goes to 0, you can take off from the line. So here we go. They're starting to ramp it up right now as we get ready to kick off day 2 of the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships, and we're underway with our junior men. This guy figured it out. You see how Gates shot off the line right there? This is a rider that has experience on RGT. It pays to do your recon, and I think this rider, Gates, did it today.
Absolutely, Brad. I think it's really important to be ready as soon as it's the time to start. Like you said, it's important to wrap up the watts just before the start. And right now we already have an attack, one guy going up the road. This is Harris from the front right now.
We saw Ruan Gates making the early attack, rocketing off the line, but looks like things are calming down a little bit now. We'll see how long it takes for the group to form here, just like in real-life bike racing. A lot of times we'll see sort of a selection that is made as the day goes on. So right now it's just about surviving. Just stay in the group, and then we'll wait to see if the selection is made. Patrick Harris making a big jump off the front here. He's got Gates right on his wheel. This is a really important time because if you lose contact with the group right now, that could end your whole race for the rest of the day today. So you need to stay with the group here early on, and sometimes that's hard to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they're going to work together, Harris and Gates. So this is going to be hard for all the field behind them. I know it's early, but still, we don't want to waste too much energy right from the start of the race to chase. And then I think the junction is going to be made, but still, it's a fast start of that race.
Now it looks like they're going to get some company. So this will be a group of 6 forming on the front. Small gap back behind them. You can see back to riders like Leclerc, Brunel, and Pulford a little bit further back. So looks like Colby Serrois will be up into the group here as well.
Ouais, alors vous l'avez vu, le départ de la course, c'est très important que les athlètes commencent à pousser très fort sur les pédales. Comme ça, quand le départ est donné, bien, on a tout de suite la vitesse nécessaire et la puissance nécessaire pour aller rapidement. Et déjà, un groupe de 6 là, qui s'est détaché du reste du peloton. On a Gates, Harris, Ouellet, Martins et également Sirois et Duhart là, qui sont dans ce premier groupe.
Nice look at Henrik Martins here inside the pain cave. Looks like he's got the projector set up in the top left corner. This is maybe one of the best setups out there. This guy is a pro.
That's amazing to see that. Good setup. He's very focused and concentrate on the effort. He's got the fan to just keep it cool and a lot of water and spare bottle ready to grab. This is really important because it's going to be a tough race. It's going to be a lot of sweating. You need to have some drink and sports drink in the body.
Yeah, very easy to forget to eat or drink when you're on the trainer, but it seems like you sweat more than anything when you ride on the trainer. It just has a way of producing so much sweat. So you see him wiping that away right there. A lot of riders will have multiple fans around their bike as well to try to simulate some of the airflow that you get when you're riding outside.
Yeah, that's for sure. Because if you're too hot, if you don't have a fan in front of you, you can be just overheating, and that can ruin your race and ruin your day. It's very important to keep like a good heat, not too much. It's important that it's not too warm, because when it's too hot, your heart rate is going up, and it can be fatal on a day like that.
They say the ideal temperature is about 55 degrees Fahrenheit. That's like a little under 13 degrees centigrade. That's where you're, if you're in a perfect scenario, that's the temperature that you should be riding in. So you'll see a lot of people riding outside. Maybe they ride in the shed or the garage, a sort of inside-outside area, just to try to stay cool in the winter here. So looks like this group is starting to settle in with 6 riders. Now, I do want to talk about the different jerseys in here. There should only be 2 categories of jerseys in this race. Gates, I think, is wearing the wrong jersey in the game. There should only be white jerseys and pink jerseys. The white jerseys represent the junior riders, and the pink jerseys represent the U17 riders. So these are actually 3 juniors up front. Duarte is the U17 rider in this group. And then Gates, I'm going to have to figure out what age category he's riding in.
Oui, alors comme Brad l'a mentionné, aujourd'hui, on va utiliser 2 couleurs de maillots, les maillots gris et les maillots roses. Donc, les maillots gris vont être pour les juniors hommes et les maillots roses pour les moins de 17 ans. Et on a un athlète, le Gertz, qui n'a pas le bon maillot, donc on va essayer de trouver dans quelle catégorie il se trouve.
Another cool training setup here. He's got the mountain bike in the back, the road bike on the trainer, and looks like a couple skin suits from his team. You also see a lot of riders with the heart rate strap across their chest. A lot of new fans will see that and ask about what that is, but the riders use that not only for their own reference, but we also use it in the game. You can see in the top left corner, it shows the rider's current heart rate. That is not only important for the riders to be able to see, but we also use it as part of the verification process in RGT. That's part of the sort of bio passport program that they have for the virtual platforms. It looks at the power and the heart rate that the riders have.
Yeah, it is very important to give all the information before to take part at an event like that. So make sure every data are correct on the system, and that's why every rider like it, because it's fair to everyone. That's your real power in real time.
Yeah, when virtual racing first started, when the pandemic hit and everyone started getting into virtual racing, it was kind of like the Wild West. Nobody was really sure about any of the results, or there was no real good way to verify. But now the technology that they've put into place is really, really accurate in terms of the process beforehand. They have to submit a video that shows their weight. They have to calibrate the trainer. And then if the organizers ask, they have to be able to provide multiple power files. And that's so that you can't change one. You would have to change 2 identically, and that makes it easier to spot any problems in the results. So we're going a little further back to the second group right now. This is 7th through 11th place in Group 2 on the road right now.
Oui, alors comme Brad l'a mentionné, c'est vraiment très, très spécifique maintenant. Chacun des coureurs doit fournir une vidéo avec leur poids sur la balance. Ensuite, il faut fournir la calibration de la machine qu'on va utiliser et il faut même fournir des fichiers de puissance pour démontrer que c'est bel et bien la puissance qu'on est capable de déployer sur les parcours. Donc, c'est assez difficile maintenant là, d'être un peu à l'encontre de ça. Tout le monde maintenant est très, très, très sérieux sur la façon de procéder dans les courses virtuelles.
Good look at Luke Pulford up next in the group on your screen here. Looks like Luke is in the basement, maybe a little cooler down there. And we also see a lot of riders that will race in a looser fitting top. Obviously, the aerodynamics don't matter, so looks like Luke's going with the t-shirt today.
Yes, exactly. No need to be aerodynamic when you're inside like that. You just want to be comfortable on your bike and be able to press on the pedals and to have good power. It doesn't matter as compared to outside on a regular road race or criterium. You need to be aero, you need to go on the drop, you need to be really thinking about that, but inside it's mostly about comfort and power.
You see Gates here dropping off the back a little bit. Now, take a look at the color below his name. See that red bar? It goes to yellow right now, but what's happening is it's showing when the riders go into the red zone or into a really hard pace for them to ride when they're doing a big effort. So you can see the different power zones on the Wahoo data box in the top left of the screen where it goes from blue to red, showing the different zones. Those colors will line up with the color below their name above the rider, and also on the left side of the screen, the leaderboard will show the current power zone that each rider is in. So it's a good way to keep an eye on riders and kind of see who's doing a lot of work and who's maybe being more efficient on the day.
Yeah, it can be used as at their advantage. Those colors, really important to be aware of that. Alors, comme Brad le mentionnait, en haut à la droite, vous avez différentes couleurs. La légende qui est inscrite, c'est très important parce qu'à côté de chacun des noms, on est capable de voir la petite ligne de couleur qui se retrouve et on peut savoir qui travaille fort, qui est en mode endurance, tempo ou récupération. Vous le voyez, la récupération, c'est bleu foncé, endurance bleu pâle, tempo, c'est vert. Et quand quelqu'un a une barre rouge à côté de son nom, c'est parce que là, on est vraiment à fond de train et on travaille fort. Donc ça aussi, c'est important à prendre en considération.
You see Duarte and Martins having to chase to get back into the group, having to use the red power zone, but they made it back in. The game also shows how much power you're saving when you're in the draft. You see it shows saving about 100 watts right now for the rider that we're following, which is Duarte here. So you can save a lot of energy by getting in the draft in this game. 100 watts when normally they're riding at, let's say, 200, 300 watts. So that can be a lot of energy savings.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy saving, and if you can save a little bit here and there many times during the day, then at the end you have enough energy to punch and to win the race. If you always in the wind, it's like real time. If you don't use the draft, if you don't use other people in the race, at the end you're gonna be lacking of energy. Alors vous pouvez voir aussi sur le graphique en haut à gauche, vous pouvez voir saving. Ok, ça veut dire que quand un athlète est derrière quelqu'un, on voit combien de watts il va économiser à être dans l'aspiration. Et ça peut aller au-delà de 100 watts. Donc, c'est très important. So, here there is a big acceleration, Brad, from Gates again.
Gates may be sensing that there are riders in trouble. When you see riders that are going into the red zone to chase back on, I think Gates maybe saw that at the back and said, okay, now is a good time to take this group from 6 down to 4. So I think he's trying to get rid of the 2 riders there.
Yes, exactly. It's important to sense the race. And now there is a little bit of a gap. And I think it's going to be hard to make the junction. They're gonna have to chase really hard. Another attack here.
This race changed very quickly. It went from very calm in the group, everyone kind of riding as one unit, to now some real separation. You can also see they're starting to go up one of the hills right now. It's about a 7% gradient. The top right corner of the screen shows the current gradient that they're on, dropping down a little bit to just under 5% right now. But it looks like Gates likes the climb. Some riders like to attack onto those climbs and kind of try and use that roller to your advantage. And so I think Gates sensed that they were at the bottom of the climb and decided to put a lot of watts into it and try to shake some riders out of the group.
Yes, exactly. And there is a lot of hard work right now. You can see that Duarte is a little bit dropped. Now in this climb, the watts are going higher. It's going harder. It is harder in this section of the course. And look at Duarte, how much he has to chase.
Well, Duarte trying to get back into the group here. He is his category leader. Remember, his nearest competitor is Leclerc behind him, the rider in the next pink or red jersey. So even though Duarte is still leading his category, I'm sure he would like to be with that group. Looks like Serrois has also been dropped in the white jersey. So that group is starting to thin out. This is the second selection of the day. It was a group of 6, and it looks like it's going to become a group of 4 now.
Oui, donc vous le voyez là, on a un groupe de 4 qui s'est détaché. On est dans la montée présentement et malheureusement pour Duarte, il a été décroché. C'est Philippe Duarte de la formation Ottawa Bicycle Club. Et lui, rappelez-vous qu'il est chez les moins de 17 ans, donc il a encore un peu d'avance là, sur son principal compétiteur qui est Félix-Antoine Leclerc de l'équipe Ciboire. Donc voilà, ici on a Sirois aussi qui a été détaché. Et dans le groupe de tête, on retrouve Gates, Ouellette, également Martin Ouellette, Martin, Harris et Gates. Donc ce sont les meneurs. Ouellette qui a réussi à accrocher également.
So I think we actually just had a mechanical that we saw on our screen. You saw Sirois was struggling, showing zero power. Unfortunately, in virtual racing, we have mechanicals too, just like in real life. If your Wi-Fi drops out, if your power meter can't connect to your trainer, you have a problem there. If the power goes out, if you lose power to your trainer or computer, there are a lot of things that can go wrong in virtual racing. And if you lose connection to the game, it just shows you as registering zero power. And so it's like you stop pedaling. And so if you have bad internet or something like that, that can cause a virtual mechanical in virtual racing.
Oui, et on a vu aussi Colby Sirois de la formation Colebrook, qui semble avoir eu un problème mécanique parce que sa puissance, on n'avait plus du tout de puissance là, de sa part. Donc, ça veut dire que même en ligne, on peut avoir des incidents de la sorte. Par exemple, si le Wi-Fi, l'Internet, la connexion Internet n'est plus valide ou si la chaîne, le shifting va pas bien, etc., ben, ça peut faire en sorte que ça va causer des problèmes sur la puissance déployée. C'est comme la course sur route à l'extérieur. Si on a un problème mécanique, ben, on perd du terrain sur les autres.
Duarte will be in a tough position here. He is all alone. He has a 300-meter gap in front of him and a 300-meter gap behind him. This is a really, really hard place for him to be right now. But the best thing he can do is just go into time trial mode here. Maybe try and stay away from that group in front of you as long as you can. And then if you get caught, so be it. If not, maybe he has a great solo effort to try to stay away today. But Duarte is stuck in the middle right now.
Yeah, this is kind of the worst place to be in. I agree with that because you are in between. You need to commit 100% to catch the group in front of you, or either save your energy and wait for the group behind, because there is also Félix-Antoine Leclerc from Ciboire who is in the group behind, and if they catch him and he gave too much too soon, then it's going to be hard to finish strong. So it's always a tough call to be in this position.
And still with 30 kilometers of racing to go, he may want to start thinking about what he needs to do to survive this race, because worst case scenario is you go too hard and then you are not only caught but maybe dropped by that group behind you. So you're absolutely right. You have to conserve your energy for these last 30K, but maybe he likes a time trial. Maybe he likes the individual breakaway style of riding. Some riders are not into the sprint. They're not great sprinters, but maybe they are good breakaway riders. And so I'm wondering if that's Duarte's style. Maybe he likes this scenario.
Yeah, I wonder what call is gonna make. Right now, it looks like Hartle is coming back. Is not so far from Duarte, and the group in front of Duarte now are further, almost 800 meters in front of Duarte. So maybe it's gonna regroup soon.
Look at Tyler Hartle from Team Manitoba. Got the AirPods going. Sometimes we'll see riders on teams communicate with each other. They'll use a platform like Discord, or sometimes just be on a phone call, and they'll talk to each other so that they can try and work together as a team. I don't know if he has any teammates with him out here. I haven't seen him talking a whole lot throughout the day today, but I think as we get into some of the later races today, like the elite women and elite men, we may see some riders communicating with each other, sort of in the background.
Ouais, ça c'est vrai. Ce que Brad dit, c'est que dans les différentes catégories, ça se peut qu'il y ait des membres d'équipe qui vont travailler ensemble et ils vont utiliser les écouteurs. Ils vont être sur une plateforme, par exemple sur Discord, et ils vont pouvoir se parler entre eux pour travailler en équipe, parce qu'on va pouvoir constater ça peut-être chez les élites hommes ou chez les élites femmes notamment, où il y aura un peu plus de participants. Et ça aussi, ça devient une donnée très importante parce qu'il peut y avoir beaucoup de travail d'équipe là, à ce niveau-là.
All right, so Duarte has come back into the group as he goes into what is now a group of 3 on the right-hand side of your screen, trying to chase down the lead group on the left side of your screen.
Donc, à la gauche, c'est les meneurs. Il y a 4 coureurs dans ce groupe. On a Gaze, Harris, Ouellet et Martins. Et à la droite, c'est le deuxième groupe sur la route avec Duarte, Leclerc et Hartle. Donc, les deux groupes, il y a quelques mètres là, qui séparent les deux groupes. Là. On nous dit environ 700 mètres là, entre les deux groupes. Donc vraiment, ça va commencer à travailler ensemble. Autant devant pour garder cet écart-là et derrière pour tenter de revenir.
A little bit of separation in this front group, actually in both groups, but looks like the lead group is starting to separate. They are finishing lap number 1 right now, so this is kind of a preview of what the finishing sprint will look like. Remember, they're doing 3 laps in this group, so this will be lap 1 done, and they'll have 2 laps to go, but that's also a good look at what the finish will look like out there today.
Yes, exactly. So the finish is going to be really important to know how it looks like, to know what's going to be the effort like, because if you don't know what's going to be the finish, then you can make a mistake and waste too much energy before, or even keep too much energy before the end. And that's really a shame when you didn't push enough on the pedals when you could have. That's the worst, I think.
Yeah, no worse feeling than having energy left at the end of the race that you know you could have used while you're out there. All right, so 1 lap down for this group. The Chasers behind them with just under 27 kilometers of racing to go. We're going to take a short break here from our first race of the day, and when we come back, we'll have more racing from the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships.
This is a time machine that connects us with our past and drives us into the future. But above all else, it brings us into the present. The all-new intuitively connected Lexus NX series.
Welcome back. Look high above our first virtual race of the day here at the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. We're looking at the front group right now, which has become 4 riders after what was a group of 6 on the last big hill of the first lap of the day. They dropped 2 riders out of this group, and so now looking at a front group of 4, those 2 stuck in the middle, and then a chase group forming behind them as well. Again, 2 different categories out on course right now between our U17 and junior riders. The junior riders wearing the white jerseys on the left side of your screen, and the U17 riders in the race are going to be wearing the pink jerseys. So there are 2 different categories racing together, but they will be scored separately, and we'll be able to tell the difference between the 2 categories based on their jerseys.
Oui, alors rappelons qu'il y a 2 catégories qui sont présentement sur le parcours et là on est dans la première grosse montée du parcours. Ceux qui ont le maillot gris, ce sont des athlètes de catégorie junior et ceux qui ont les maillots roses, ce sont des athlètes de catégorie moins de 17 ans. Donc vous le voyez, un groupe de tête avec 4 coureurs, toujours Gates, Harris, Martins et Wallet. Et à quelques mètres derrière, on a le groupe de Duarte, Leclerc et Pinfold. On a deux athlètes chez les moins de 17 ans dans le deuxième groupe.
Just saw another rider come back into the group. That was Leclerc that we saw joining the group of 3 down on the bottom right of your screen. The riders are starting to look a lot more fatigued on the Lexus Zoom camera. When they started, they were all looking very calm and fresh, and now they're starting to sparkle a little bit as the sweat starts to come on.
Yes, that's for sure. Now we're getting into the big climb of the course, and this is really important to keep going, to push the watts. And I think right now it was a fast start. Already 2 groups up the road, so there is a lot of fatigue right now, but there is still many Ks to go. So that's really important to find the balance, to push just enough watts you need to push. Never go over, not at this point on the race.
You see a lot of riders starting to stand up on the bike as well. Early on, everybody was kind of sitting down. They were a lot more comfortable, but I think now as we get later into the race with just about 16 kilometers to go right now, they're starting to feel the fatigue. And Audrey, in my experience in real life racing, when riders start to get more tired, they tend to stand up a little bit more. You see that on the climbs a lot, like on a big alpine climb. And I think the same is true in virtual racing. Some riders prefer to stand up, but a lot of riders start to stand up when they're getting fatigued.
Yeah, I think it's important to mix it up a little bit, to stand up and to use different group of muscle. And then when you sit, you can really pull on your handlebar, even like just like you do it on the real life. To really use all the power and transfer it into the pedals. And when you stand up, when you use different muscle group, you can just shake the legs a little bit and press a little bit more on the pedal and get a bit more power when it counts. And also sometimes when you stand up, you don't have to push harder on the pedal. It's just a way to shake the muscle a bit and to get into your rhythm again.
A lot of riders are also using technology to help with that. They have now these like a rocker board that will go underneath your bike, and it allows the bike to move side to side a little bit. They also have a board that goes forward and backwards so that when you're on the bike, it's not as stiff. It has a little bit more movement on the bike underneath you.
Yes, this is really great, that technology. It really simulates that if you wear outside. And also one good thing is that you are less static on the bike, so it gets smoother on the body and also more fun. It's really like a video game.
The Wahoo technology is incredible. They have almost every piece that you need to get into virtual racing. I recently got to try, they have a riser that you attach to your front fork, and as the course goes up, your front fork will also go up, and it feels like you're climbing. And then there's also a smart fan, and so as you go faster, like if you're going on a downhill, you feel more of the wind on your face. It's incredible what they're doing with the technology now.
Oui, on parle de technologie, c'est complètement fou la technologie de Wahoo. Ce qu'ils ont créé, c'est tellement près de l'environnement qu'on aurait si on était à l'extérieur. Par exemple, la fourche avant est accrochée sur une espèce de support. Quand on grimpe une côte, quand on est dans une montée, la fourche va monter comme si on est incliné dans une montée. Et en plus, il y a des fans intégrés et c'est des fans intelligents, des ventilateurs intelligents. Quand on descend une côte, il va y avoir plus de vent. Le vent va s'ajuster selon la vitesse à laquelle on va. Donc, c'est vraiment là, ça commence vraiment à être fou, la technologie qu'on retrouve à l'intérieur. Et ça, ben, la technologie Wahoo, là, je pense que c'est eux qui ont fait un concept vraiment incroyable dans les dernières années.
And of course, speaking of technology, we have to also mention RGT, the platform that we're racing on today. The RGT game allows anybody to upload a GPX file. So if you have a file from your favorite ride or maybe a competition that you will do later in the season, you can upload that file onto the RGT game, and then RGT will generate that course that you can ride on your trainer. And so if you can't travel to race a course, like maybe you're getting ready for the national championship coming up in the summer, but you want to preview the course, you can do that on RGT. And a lot of riders use this as a training tool for real-life courses like the Canada Summer Games coming up later this year.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's amazing to have that opportunity now and to work on a specific course ahead of a specific event. This is really important to know what's going to look like, the effort, the climb, and this is a really good way to preview the course and get ready for a major event. And like you said, this is a good preparation for the Canada Summer Games because that course is going to be the same and it replicates the real life pretty well.
Obviously, with everything going on, the ability to preview a course without having to travel is a big deal in these recent years. And so I know a lot of riders have been using that, trying to cut down on some of the travel. And for the pros, too, like a lot of times I know you, like you would have gone to a team camp to preview a course, or if you were really targeting a big race, you would go, like if there was a climb, you'd go look at that climb in person, but maybe this would help eliminate some of the travel for athletes.
Oui, comme on parle avec Brad, la plateforme RGT, c'est vraiment exceptionnel parce que les athlètes peuvent mettre un fichier GPX de leur randonnée préférée sur la plateforme. Mais ça fait en sorte que les athlètes là, peuvent tout simplement rouler sur un parcours et c'est exactement ça là, qu'on fait aujourd'hui. Par exemple, si on veut se préparer pour les Jeux du Canada qui vont avoir lieu à Pelham en Ontario, ben là, on fait tout simplement uploader la course là, dans notre système RGT. Et comme Brad le dit, de nos jours, et surtout là avec la pandémie, mais ça a été utilisé beaucoup avec RGT, les courses pour vraiment s'assurer de se préparer en avance pour un événement. Donc, c'est vraiment rendu une technologie qui est très efficace.
I see the second group still locking in on the right side of your screen. I want to talk about this lead group on the left here, these four riders that are together, a little bit of separation happening here. But Audrey, I want to ask you about strategy in this scenario. If you're in a group of four, for different types of riders, let's say for a long-range rider, like a time trial rider and a sprinter, what would be the two different strategies in this scenario where you find yourself about halfway into the race with a group of four, and maybe you're starting to get tired? How do you play this one?
Well, I think if you start to get tired, it's really important to stay in the draft. Yes, you're gonna continue to contribute just to show that you're there with your breakaway teammate. It's really important to keep working, but you're not gonna kill yourself in front and you're not gonna take too much pull. You're just gonna be going in the front. Don't go over the watt. Just make sure you can help this group to stay away because it's a good scenario. You are four in the front. You're still in contention for the title, but for example, if you are fresh and you have good capacity to sprint, it's important to not waste energy, because when you're fresh, sometimes you feel like pushing harder and you get a bit excited. But if you have a good sprint, you just stay calm and be really, really patient and wait for the right moment. If you're a good time trialer and you don't have a lot of speed at the end when you're sprinting, it's really important to choose a good place to make a big attack, but you need to commit 100% and to push the watts all out till the end. You cannot afford to attack and fade during your attack if you wanted to shoot for the win. So there is a lot of different strategy based on the power of a certain rider.
And I think you brought up a really good point earlier, talking about how sometimes you just have to stay in the rotation. It's easier and more efficient to just do a little bit of work in that rotation rather than the like chasing back on that happens a lot. The easiest way to burn all of your energy is to yo-yo off the back. You come off and then you chase back on, and then you come off and chase back on. That's the worst way to do this. And so if you have to just stay in the rotation and spend a little bit of time at the front, that's still more efficient than having to chase back on if you let a gap open up. And so the game really rewards that smoothness in the group. They don't want to see your power going up and down a lot. What it wants to see is a nice smooth power profile, even if that means you have to help the other three riders sometimes. It's best and most effective to just stay in contact with the group.
Yeah, I agree. And also, if you stay in the wheel and you don't take a pull, people in the breakaway will get angry, and then there will not be enough of a collaboration in between the groups, and that's when you're gonna see some attacks, and then sometimes it can work till the end, but sometimes it can really play it can really be bad because the group behind can come back too. So it's really important to stay with your breakaway group and to collaborate, and everybody's happy, everybody go to the line, and then they will fight for the title when it's going to be the time and when the gap is going to be big enough.
All right, back with the second group here. This is Hartle, Duarte, and Leclerc. Three riders together, but remember, two different categories out there. So you see one in the junior jersey and then two in the U17 jersey, and then there's another group behind them at about 100 meters back behind them. We see the group of Pulford in 8th place and then Brunel into 9th at about 100 meters back from this group. So there's a good look at them, sort of catching up on the climb here. It looks like Pulford going to go across the gap. Big effort to leave behind Brunel, and now Pulford gets in there. Great move by him to make it up into this group and find a little space to draft. And so now Pulford can relax, he can sit on the wheel, and he just rewarded himself with that effort.
Oui, donc présentement, ce qu'on voit, c'est le deuxième groupe sur la route avec Leclerc, Hartle, Duarte, Brunel et Pulford. Et dans ce groupe, ben, vous le voyez, on a 4 athlètes de moins de 17 ans. Et quel effort de Luke Pulford de la formation RMCC qui est revenu de l'arrière et qui est venu recoller avec ce deuxième groupe qui est à peu près à 1,8 km derrière les meneurs, toujours Gates, Harrit, Martins et Willett.
The other thing that I noticed later in the race, the riders start to pay more and more attention to the screen. Earlier in the race, they were kind of looking around. They didn't have to be in the moment as much. You see everyone's kind of resting at the same time. But when the pace picks up, it's really important to stay with that group. And so they'll watch the screen very intently towards the end of the race because they're watching to see that gap open up. They're looking at the other riders. They're looking at their wattage, trying to make it as efficient as they can. And so they have to start paying more and more attention as we get closer and closer to the finish of this race.
Donc là, il reste 18 km à faire à ce parcours. On a déjà 22 km de parcouru. Et plus ça va, plus les athlètes vont commencer à regarder l'écran, s'assurer qu'ils vont avoir la bonne puissance, regarder aussi ce que font les autres cyclistes, s'assurer que s'il y en a qui sont vraiment dans le rouge, là, avec la petite ligne rouge dans le côté, ben, qu'on va pouvoir se débarrasser d'eux à un moment opportun. Alors, c'est très important. Et là, ben, on a une attaque ici dans ce groupe. C'est l'attaque de Harturl là, qui est parti, qui tente de larguer ses compagnons de chasse. On est dans une montée présentement. Il reste 300 mètres à la montée.
Lot of effort in this one. You see these guys are really starting to feel it in the Lexus Zoom room up there. But they're racing against each other, too. I like that they're not just sitting in and kind of looking around at each other. When the pace starts to drop just a little bit, there's always someone in this group of four that will lift the tempo. And so they've really kept aggressive racing in a scenario that sometimes could get boring. Sometimes in this scenario, you'll see the four riders say, hey, we're good. We dropped the other riders. We can just wait until the finish. But it looks like this group of four is continuing to race against each other.
Yeah, definitely. You see that there is a lot of acceleration, especially in that climb. They are going in the front. We even saw Hartle try an attack earlier on, and there is no rest. And you can tell with the zoom, when you look at the face of the rider, some of them are really working hard right now.
Guessing they would love to see the zooms of their competitors. We're the only ones that are watching it on screen, but I'm sure a lot of riders will be pulling it up on maybe another window in the Zoom call so that they can monitor their opponents. Just like in real life, Audrey, I know sometimes you have to pretend that you're stronger than you are, or sometimes pretend that you're weaker than you are. There's a little bit of acting that goes on in the breakaway sometimes.
Yeah, it's always a matter of saving energy, not doing too much, and for sure, we saw it a lot, even in the biggest race of the world. Some riders will just bluff totally. They will make you think that they are not strong right now and that they can't pull and that they are just fading, but a couple minutes later they will attack you on the top of the climb, for example. So it's really important to not believe everything that the other riders makes you think. So there is a lot of strategy, and that could be one of them. A lot of riders are using it on the platform, RGT platform, for sure. There is a lot of riders that will try to not go in the front too much and just stay in the wheel as much as possible.
Little harder to communicate on RGT. They do have in the game, you can make your character do some like hand signs, so you can wave or say come on or say stop. So there's a few ways to communicate there, and then they obviously also have chat, and a lot of riders will be able to communicate in real life too. This is a cool way to bring riders from all over the country together. A lot of these riders wouldn't get to race against each other. Like maybe a rider from Ontario is not going to travel a lot to race against a rider from somewhere in BC, and so this is a chance for them to kind of meet up in a much easier way than having to travel across the country.
Oui, définitivement, Brad amène un très, très bon point. C'est vraiment agréable d'avoir la plateforme RGT parce que ça fait en sorte que plusieurs cyclistes ont l'occasion de courir contre d'autres cyclistes que peut-être dans la vraie vie n'auraient pas l'occasion. Par exemple, il y en a de l'Ontario, il y en a du Québec, je vois du monde d'Ottawa, du monde du Ciboire, probablement de Sherbrooke, il y a du monde du Manitoba. Donc ça, là, ça fait en sorte qu'on peut se mesurer à ces athlètes-là comparativement à les contraintes qu'on a dans la vraie vie. C'est pas tout le monde qui est en mesure de se payer un billet d'avion pour aller courir dans différents événements un peu partout au Canada.
Hopefully we'll see some of these riders meet up at the Summer Games coming up, again using the Canada Summer Games course as for the first time in Canada Games' 55-year history, a total of 13 municipalities will collectively host Canada's largest multi-sport event this summer. Specifically, the Niagara 2022 Canada Summer Games will be hosted by Niagara, Ontario, and its 13 municipalities. The group that includes the town of Pelham, located in the heart of the Niagara region. Pelham will be the site of the 2022 Canada Games road cycling competition using the course that they're on right now, which is an event that has been featured at every Canada Summer Games since the first ones were held in Halifax, Nova Scotia back in 1969. The 2022 road race in Pelham will fittingly see competitors ride by Niagara's famous orchards and grape vineyards, which have helped make this region home to the largest wine-producing areas in Canada. Cool little bit of history there, learning a little bit about the area that they're going to be racing in. Big agricultural area as well, where they're racing here in Pelham.
Oui, exactement. En prévision des Jeux d'été du Canada qui auront lieu cette année, en 2022, le parcours va être dans la région de Niagara. Les championnats canadiens là aujourd'hui sont sur ce parcours qui va être proposé à la course sur route des Jeux du Canada. Et c'est situé dans la ville de Pelham, en Ontario. Et ce parcours commence et se termine à Town Square, au centre-ville de Fonthill. Et ça va serpenter à travers les vergers, les vignobles locaux de cette communauté agricole. Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant, là. C'est très agréable de pouvoir tester ce parcours-là. Et bien entendu, ce parcours a été présenté sur la fonction création de parcours Magic Roads de RGT.
Big separation happening here in the front group. Rohan Gates has gone on the attack. He dropped his breakaway companions. Looks like Olay is having a mechanical. Oh no! Oy, oy, oy. I hate to see it, but showing 0 watts per kilogram here, which means Olay is having a mechanical.
Ouais, Maxime Ouellette, problème mécanique ici, aucune puissance déployée, complètement arrêtée sur la route. Ça va coûter cher malheureusement. Et vous le voyez là, immobile sur la route. That's so sad for Ouellette, and it's not the same right now for Gates because he's gone.
Yeah, Gates, the former triathlete, is maybe using his time trial ability to his advantage here, going solo at right around 11 kilometers to go. So this is a long way out, but Gates is going all in. I love this move. He made a big attack off the front, but he's staying on it. He's keeping the wattage high so that he can keep that attack going. I think he has one plan today, and we're seeing it right now. Gates will either win this bike race solo, or he may end up third place or less. Looks like Ouellette is back on as Gates is off the front.
Oui, Ouellette là, qui a réussi à reprendre sur le parcours. Maintenant, c'est sûr qu'il a perdu du terrain. Maintenant, on est avec Gates, un ancien triathlète. Il a 116 mètres d'avance sur Harris Martins. Et lui, Gates, c'est un gars qui voudrait peut-être remporter la course, faire ce dernier 10,9 km en effort de contre-la-montre solitaire. Pour le moment, on est à sa chasse, mais il creuse l'écart tranquillement. Alors, ça va bien pour Gates.
Remember, Gates is in the junior men's category, so Martins, Harris, Ouellette, those are all competitors of Gates here. He should be wearing the white jersey to indicate that he's riding in that 17-18 junior category, but we'll tell you right now, he is a 17-18 junior, so Gates currently not only leading the overall race, but he is in the Martins, Harris, and Ouellette category. This guy having a great ride off the front here. He's using the hill to his advantage. I wonder if he looked at this hill the first 2 times and maybe said, okay, this is where I'm going to go. This is my spot. I'm a triathlete. It's 11K. That's right. It's perfect for me, and I'm going to try and attack there. So I wonder if Gates knew what he was doing coming into this today.
Yeah, I think all the riders, including the junior riders in the US17, they know what's their worth. They know when they can attack, and they know if they are able to kick for the last 10K or 11K of a race. And I think Gates now is really concentrate on that. For sure, Harris and Martins are chasing, and for Ouellette now is 325 meters back, unfortunately, because of that mechanical problem. But see how Martins and Harris are working together. They don't have any other choice to work together if they want to catch Gates.
This is the scenario in real life where you kind of look at the other rider with you in the breakaway and say, okay, we either have to go get him now or we just decide to race for second place. These riders may say, we don't have the energy to go get the leader, so let's just race for second and third place. That would be the best scenario for Gates on the front, that he demoralized. He broke the spirit of second and third place behind him. And maybe they'll let him go as he goes under 10 kilometers to go. His gap is growing. It's over 250 meters right now, which on RGT is really good. It's really impressive to get a big gap as quickly as Gates did.
Gates qui est toujours en tête. On nous dit 250 mètres d'avance sur Harris et Martins. Les deux sont en train de travailler ensemble pour essayer de revenir sur Gates. Et là, quand même, il a creusé l'écart assez rapidement. Il lui reste 9,4 km à faire. Il est seul devant. Mais vraiment, c'est important pour Harris et Martin de travailler ensemble. Et c'est ce qu'ils font. Et peut-être que ça va revenir. Mais pour le moment, là, la tendance, c'est que Gates augmente son avance de plus en plus. Dans le cas de Ouellet, il est rendu à 600 mètres derrière en raison de cet incident mécanique qu'il a eu un peu plus tôt. C'est dommage parce qu'il était dans le groupe de tête.
Looks like a good battle forming in the U17 category as well. You see that Pulford, Brunel, and Leclerc group a little further back. They're all riding together. So looks like this race is kind of separated out into the two categories. The 17-18s riding together at the front here, and then the under 17 riders have also formed a smaller group. A little further back, they're about 2.5 kilometers behind this lead group. So the older boys up front, and it looks like the U17 group is all coming together. So we'll get two finishes today. We'll follow this finish first, and then we'll go back and watch the 17 and under finish after the juniors finish.
Avec 9 km à faire, la situation de course présentement, c'est toujours Gates qui est devant. Il a environ 300 mètres d'avance sur Harris et Martins. Donc, ils sont tous les trois dans la catégorie junior. Ensuite, on retrouve intercalé entre les deux groupes Ouellet, qui avait eu un incident. Et on a un groupe chez les moins de 17 ans qui sont tous ensemble. On a Pulford, Pinfold, Leclerc, Duhart et Brunel. Donc, on va avoir deux arrivées distinctes aujourd'hui, en tout cas dans 8,6 km. On va avoir une arrivée pour les juniors et une arrivée pour les moins de 17 ans.
Look at the difference in power between the two groups. You see the upper left corner showing Gates' power. He's between like 350 and 400 watts, and then the riders on the right going between 250 and 300, somewhere in there. So Gates is continuing to put in just a better power number than these other two behind him. So he's doing about 4 watts per kilo average, and the chasers are doing about 3.5. So an entire half watt per kilo, which is a lot in terms of bike racing. The difference, Audrey, between 3.5 watts per kilo and 4 watts per kilo, that's a big effort between those two.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it can take 1 to 3 years to improve that much. And that's huge, the power now generated by Gates. It's way over the power than Martins and Harris. And I think it's going very well for him. He's increasing his lead. He can be confident that right now it can make it to the end. 7K to go. And for Harris and Martins, it's always a matter, you said it earlier, that was a really good point. You're always thinking, should I secure my second place or I try to chase and all I want is the title? At some point, you're going to have to really think about that and to really act in consideration of that goal.
It is gambling in the purest sense. Do I go for more than I have right now, or do I just settle for second place? It doesn't look like second and third place are chasing. I think they are content to race against each other, and that'll be a good battle for the silver and bronze medal. They just don't look like they're putting in, getting into the red power zones. They're not spending a lot of time in the yellow or orange zone either, while the leader is repeatedly going into the orange and red power zone. These chasers just aren't responding, so I think they're going to let him go. I think they have made the decision that this race for them is best race in this group of two, and they're going to try to secure the silver medal today. So all Gates has to do right now is just try and stay safe and stay out of trouble.
Oui, exactement. Donc, présentement, là, ce qu'on voit, c'est que ça sent très, très bon pour Gates parce que Martins et Harris, on sent là, que leur power et leur puissance est beaucoup, beaucoup plus basse que ce que est en train de produire Gates. Les deux sont en train de penser à comment je peux terminer au deuxième rang. Je pense que, comme Brad l'a dit, on a laissé filer Gates et là, ben, on veut économiser notre énergie et être deuxième ou troisième, évidemment, mais les deux visent la deuxième place. Ça serait le meilleur des mondes.
A little further back to Ole. Remember, he had the mechanical earlier, but has since recovered from that. Looks like he got the connection back. And he's trying to chase back on, doing a heavy 4 watts per kilo. So that's a big effort from Ole here, going up to 4.5 right now. That is a big ask. He's in a really, really hard place to try to go across the gap. Audrey, I know you've been here before. This scenario where you get a flat tire, the team car comes, they get you a new bike, you're back up and rolling, but by that time, sometimes the race is just too far ahead, especially this late in the race. And so I think Ole may have had the worst timing possible for that mechanical, just as things were heating up with the front group.
Yes, exactly. That was not a good timing, and if it would have been earlier in the race at the beginning, okay, when everybody are trying to figure out what's going to be the outcome of the race, but now it was in a critical moment when the race was deciding. So for sure right now he has to work the harder as possible to make the junction with Harris and Martin, because if he's able to make the junction a little bit before the finish, then he can stay in the wheel a little bit and try, I really say try, because that's not going to be an easy task, but try to recover and think about sprinting and make a podium. He has to go 100%, even if it's hurting right now, because that's the only way he could podium, and that was really unfortunate.
And that's a great point. Even if he does get there, he's going to be very tired when he does, or if he does, and so probably wouldn't be able to sprint against those other riders. But it would still be impressive to get up in there. This is the battle that we were talking about earlier, the 17 and under group right here. All these riders in the pink jersey, all in the same category. So this is basically your lead group of 17 and under junior men right here, with Pulford, Duarte, Brunel, and Leclerc all going at it. Look at how many riders are in the red zone in this group.
Ah, en ce moment, là, ça attaque très fort. On a vu Hartle qui est parti. Et ensuite, là, on a Pinfold, Pulford, Leclerc et Duarte qui sont vraiment à fond de train. On avait toute la ligne rouge à côté de leur nom. Ça veut dire que là, il n'y a plus du tout de repos. On essaye de faire une sélection. C'est très important. Donc, Brunel, Duarte, Leclerc, Pinfold et Pulford. Et on a Hartle qui les a attaqués là, un peu plus tôt.
These guys may be moving a little slower, but the riding, I think, is more aggressive in this group. It seems like there's a lot of attacks and accelerations coming out of this group. They're not taking it easy back here.
No, definitely not. That's race on, that's for sure. Now another attack from Pulford, and now it looks like he's gapping all the other guy that was with him in that group. And this is Duarte who are chasing, and it's always a tough call because we are approaching the end of the race, and you don't want to chase too much and waste too much energy. Right now, they want to make a selection in that group. They think that group is too big, and it's really important, and also this is mostly U17 rider that they still need to work hard and to get the title for today. This is going to be a big important moment right now.
Looking at Pulford's setup here down in his pain cave. I think those are all his snacks off to his left side. It looks like he's got a gel lined up, maybe a cookie or a waffle or a pancake or something round and edible over there to his left. And then I also noticed his handlebars. Look at his hoods. They're at two different heights. His right hood is higher than the left hood. I'm not sure if the left hood just slipped and he just hasn't adjusted it yet. It doesn't look like he spends a lot of time in the hoods either, but I just thought that was kind of interesting. That I'm not sure if that's a unique thing, maybe more comfortable to reach or something like that with one arm, or maybe it's just from being on the trainer so much. You have those things on your bike that you let add up. You don't get around to fixing them.
Oui, comme Brad le dit, regardez, c'est très important d'avoir toute la nourriture nécessaire, de se ravitailler pendant l'effort. On aperçoit ici tout ce qu'il a pu manger et il faut que ce soit très accessible. Et donc, pour lui, ça va bien. Il garde l'énergie. On se ravitaille tout au long de la course.
Well, whatever it is, it's working because Pulford is doing a lot of work at the front, pulling this group along in the race for the 17 and under category. Meanwhile, our older group of riders, the 17-18 category, is inside 3 kilometers to go with Gates still away off the front. And he is gone over 1 kilometer ahead. Remember, he attacked at 11 kilometers of racing left. And now as he comes up to 2K to go, he already has over a 1 kilometer lead.
Gates qui est complètement parti, qui a complètement largué ses compagnons d'échappée. Il a plus d'1 kilomètre d'avance sur Martins et Harris. Donc, ça sent bon pour lui, la victoire. Il ne lui reste plus que 2,1 km à parcourir et il pousse énormément. Si vous comparez les watts qu'il déploie en ce moment, là, on est au-delà du 300. On est allé toucher 324 tout à l'heure. Et si on regarde à droite, les deux qui sont ensemble, Harris et Martins, ils montent pas souvent en haut de 300 watts. Là. Donc, ça continue à être très rapide pour Gates. Et vraiment, là, il va aller chercher le titre. C'est bien parti pour ça. Sauf incident, là, c'est dans la poche.
Well, Gates really showing a lot of talent today. It takes a special kind of rider, Audrey, to be able to do this attack at 11 kilometers to go. You have to have a lot of confidence to do that. I mean, that takes a lot of guts. That's a big gamble to make that attack. And Gates was obviously feeling good today, so I applaud him for the aggressive riding. That takes a lot of mental strength to attack at 11 kilometers to go.
Absolutely. I mean, this was an amazing effort. This was a huge attack. And as soon as he was gone, we saw that he was increasing bit by bit his lead. And if it would have been on a real life, I'm sure he would have never looked behind and just concentrate on the effort and push on the pedals. We saw that it was so fast and strong, his attack, that Martins and Harris decided to just save their energy and fight for second place. They didn't even bother after a few K trying to chase him. They was thinking, no, okay, he's too strong. We're gonna let it go and just concentrate on the second place.
Looks like Harris and Martins starting to get into it on the right side of the screen. We saw them go into the red power zone a couple times. So I think they're starting to attack each other in that race for a second. This is another really unique but also classic scenario where you find yourself in a 1-versus-1 scenario like this. How do you play a situation like this? Is it mostly just about positioning?
Yeah, it's really important to be aware of what the other racer will do. If you are in the wheels, it means that you can start the sprint whenever you want. If you are in the front, you really have to anticipate the start of the other rider when he will start his sprint. So it's two different ways to see the finish. And if you want to attack, like I said, you need to take the other rider by surprise and do the effort 100% and don't keep any energy.
We'll keep an eye on that group of two. Meanwhile, Gates on his way in, last 400 meters of riding. I think safe to say he's got this one locked up. So just finishing the uphill climb, the last 3% gradient on the way up. And what a good feeling this is. He's going to end this one with just about an 800-meter lead ahead of the rest.
Ah, exactement. 800 mètres d'avance pour Gates. Ça sent bon pour la victoire. Il reste seulement 180 mètres avant d'aller chercher le titre.
And Gates inside the last 100 meters now. Into the line, and your new Canadian national champion will hit the line solo for Ruan Gates.
Voilà votre nouveau champion canadien qui termine en échappée solitaire, Ruan Gates chez les juniors. Quelle performance, lui qui a attaqué à 11 km de l'arrivée. Et là, ben, ce sont pour la deuxième et la troisième place, Harris et Martens. On est dans le dernier kilomètre, il reste environ 750 mètres à faire pour les deux coureurs.
Martin's definitely in the best position here. You want to be second position coming into this sprint and try to catch Harris off guard. And Harris looks like he's just waiting to see Martins accelerate, waiting to see Martins go. And we'll wait to see how soon that comes.
Martens en deuxième roue, il économise environ 20 à 30 watts présentement dans la roue de Harris. On va commencer à s'observer, ça va être important de donner un maximum output power pour le sprint final. They're gonna need to push big watts for that final sprint.
Martin's coming back off of a cyclocross injury last year with a broken arm and getting back into racing here on the virtual platform. I'd say the recovery is going pretty well because Martin's riding his way at least into a top 3 ride here today, and he looks well poised to try to take Harris to the line. Meanwhile, you see fourth place, that's Ouellette behind them. He's about 150 meters back. So second and third were playing games with each other. They were watching each other too closely, and that's allowing Ouellette in fourth to come back. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to get there, as now Harris goes on the attack. It looks like Harris has left Martins behind. He caught Martins off guard. But here comes Martins. He's going to try and go over the top. It's never over till you hit the line. Harris has about 20 meters on Martins, and he'll hold on for second place as Harris takes the silver, and Martins will take third for the bronze medal.
Ouais, Harris qui a placé une attaque dans les derniers mètres de cette épreuve a réussi à créer le trou et à creuser l'écart sur Martins. Donc, Patrick Harris sera médaillé d'argent et Henrik Martins sera médaillé de bronze, alors qu'on voit Ouellette là, qui est dans les 180 derniers mètres de son épreuve. Lui qui a réussi quand même un petit peu à remonter, mais ça ne sera pas suffisant. Il va se contenter de la 4e place.
Maxime Ouellette on the way in now for fourth place. He almost got that group of two in front of him. Great ride out there today for fourth place. Fighting through after that mechanical, it would have been really easy, Audrey, for Maxime to give up and say, you know what, I had a mechanical, my day's over, I quit. But he stayed in, and he'll take fourth place on the day. Good job, Maxime.
Yes, really good point. He fought till the end. He was still motivated to try to catch the group in front of him, and I think he did really well because he was only a few meters behind them at the end. Wasn't enough, but it's still a really beautiful fourth place, and for sure that was a bad moment for his mechanical, but he will be happy that he came back almost to fight for the podium.
All right, shifting back now to our 17 and under category, or under 17 category, I should say. These are the leaders: Pulford, Duarte, Brunel, and Leclerc, all the leaders of the U17 category. Hartle is racing for 5th place in the 17-18 category, because we've already seen 4 riders from his category finish, so he's just riding with this group. But one of these 4 riders in the pink jersey will be picking up a national championship here in about 2.5 kilometers from now.
Donc 2,3 km à faire. Dans ce groupe, on a Hartle, Leclerc, Pulford, Binford, Duarte et Brunel. On les voit à la gauche. Ça va vraiment être un moment extrêmement important de la course pour savoir qui sera le champion canadien chez les moins de 17 ans. Une accélération ici de Duarte. There is a lot of movement in this group. The watts are high and they are trying to fight to get that title. This is going to be a big moment.
So this is Pulford on the top of your screen and Hartle on the bottom of your screen, 2 of the riders in this group that we're watching here. It seems like Pulford has been the most aggressive rider maybe in this group. Seems like he's been doing a lot of attacking in the group. I think they got rid of Hartle. He's about 12 meters back. Maybe he's going to let the kids race, let the U17 kids sort it out themselves, and Hartle going to hang back a little bit. Pulford back up on the front, accelerating here. It looks like Brunel might be in trouble here. It's really important that he gets up there and closes that gap. I know it's easy to say right now, but there we go, into the red zone to try to close it. Good job from Brunel.
Ouais, Brunel qui est un petit peu distancé et là il se met dans le rouge pour vraiment essayer de revenir dans le groupe. Ça va être extrêmement important. Là, on a un groupe de 3 qui se détache et c'est pour le titre chez les moins de 17 ans. On a vu que Hartle, dans la catégorie junior, s'est laissé distancer un peu. Il est 35 mètres derrière. On a un duo de tête là, qui se forme. C'est Pulford et Duarte qui accélèrent et là, ça va très vite.
And now Duarte and Pulford with a little separation. Back to Brunel and Leclerc, although I think they'll get back in here, but that means that it's starting to heat up. They're starting to attack each other in this group of 4 at 1.4 kilometers to go, just under 1.5K. This might be a much more interesting finish than we saw in the 17-18 age group. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out.
Yes, this is going to be a suspense all the way till the end. We can say that Brunel now is a little bit behind. There is a big fight here with Pulford and Duarte. They have a few meters advantage, but they are chasing hard behind to come back. And like you said, 1K to go. It's going to be exciting till the end.
I think maybe the quietest rider so far in this group has been Leclerc. Of the 4 riders that we see here, Leclerc has spent the most time drafting. I think he's been the most efficient in this group and just kind of hanging in. So I'm wondering if we will see an effort from Leclerc here late, since he has been saving, I think, a lot of energy today. We will see at the end the total watt per kilo of each rider, and it's not always the highest overall watt per kilo that wins the race. So I'm looking to see who has been efficient during the day to see if they can use that energy right now.
Donc, on a toujours le groupe de tête ici. On est dans les derniers mètres de l'épreuve. On approche les 500 derniers mètres. C'est Duarte, Pulford et Leclerc. Pulford a travaillé très fort tout au long de la course. Leclerc s'est maintenu un peu plus calme, un peu plus discret. On va voir s'il va avoir l'énergie nécessaire là, pour pouvoir les attaquer à la fin. Et on assiste aussi au retour de Brunel dans ce groupe. Un quatuor de tête là, qui vont se disputer le titre.
I love this racing. Back and forth. They got hard and Brunel came off and then they let up. Brunel comes back on and now we're all back together with a group of 4 here at 400 meters to go. This is a classic scenario. They're all waiting. Everyone is looking around at the other 3 riders in this group. They don't want to be the first one to go, and so they're waiting, saying, you go first. No, you go first. And it's a standoff situation right now.
Duarte, Leclerc, Pulford, Brunel, ils sont 4 avec 400 mètres à faire. Personne ne veut faire des efforts de trop parce que là, ça va être le moment le plus important de la course, l'attaque de Leclerc.
Big one from Leclerc here, going at about 350 meters out. That puts Pulford, Duarte, and Brunel on notice. They all go into the red zone to try to respond, but now let's see if Leclerc can stay on it. He cannot go out of the red zone from here to the finish. He's got to stay as hard as he can go for the last 140 meters of racing here. These two having trouble. Pulford and Duarte probably not going to make it back on as Leclerc gets away. He now has 50 meters ahead of Brunel and looks like he will hold on for the win ahead of Brunel and then Duarte and Pulford. Sorry we missed it on the line here, but it was Leclerc followed by Brunel, then Duarte and Pulford. Leclerc did it. He attacked it 300 meters out and held on. What a move!
Quelle attaque ici à 300 mètres de l'arrivée. C'est Leclerc qui est parti à fond de train. Félix-Antoine Ducibois, Félix-Antoine Leclerc. Et par la suite, c'est Brunel qui a réussi à aller chercher cette deuxième place, médaille d'argent. Et également... Brunel, son prénom, c'est Alex Brunel du Ciboire également. Donc, deux membres du Ciboire en première et deuxième place. Et par la suite, c'est Duarte, Philippe Duarte de Ottawa Bicycle Club qui est venu compléter le podium en troisième place. Mais Leclerc qui a pris tout le monde par surprise.
Well, very impressive riding across the board. Both categories gave us a great battle, really good show from both our 17-18s that finished up first with that daring solo attack at 11K to go, and then in the 17 and under group, it ends up being an attack inside the last kilometer. But they both came down to the rider that had the guts to attack at the very end.
That's for sure. That was a gutsy move, and it was just a good attack at the right time. 300 meters to go, and no one could match that power. For sure, they react, and they did well to come back, but Brunel was just a bit short for second place, and Leclerc was just gone as soon as he pressed on the pedal at the end. That was like, it took everyone by surprise.
And such a good feeling finishing up. I know you know that feeling well after finishing a hard ride on the trainer. Sometimes the come down off of that can be just as painful as the effort that you put in. So I like to give the riders a little time to recover afterwards. They need it after that effort today.
Oui, donc là, c'est un moment bien mérité pour les athlètes, le temps de récupérer un peu. Et quelle attaque de Félix-Antoine Leclerc qui a pris tout le monde par surprise dans les 300 derniers mètres, là, qui a réussi à creuser l'écart. Et Brunel, Alex de son prénom, a réussi à revenir. Et ça n'était pas suffisant. Est arrivé deuxième, superbe belle médaille d'argent. Et Philippe Duarte, troisième de Ottawa Bicycle Club. Quelle fin de course!
So again, finishing up two categories of racing in both our U17 and juniors. We saw Gates go away clear with Harris, Martins, and Oulet. That'll be top three in your junior men's category. As look at Gates' watts per kilo, 4.04. He was didn't have the highest watt per kilo on the day, but still won by a sizable gap. So it's not always the strongest rider. Gates was efficient today, and that paid off.
Oui, donc on avait deux classements distincts aujourd'hui. Voici le classement chez les juniors hommes. Troisième place pour Henrik Martens, deuxième place pour Patrick Harris et première place pour Roland Gates, qui, regardez à la droite, n'avait pas le ratio le plus élevé de watts par kilo, mais quand même, il a placé les bonnes attaques aux bons endroits et il a remporté quand même avec un très bon écart, là. Donc, c'est pas toujours celui qui a la plus grosse puissance qui va remporter. Il faut jouer de stratégie.
So again, congratulations. Roland Gates will be your new 17-18 national champion, and Félix-Antoine Leclerc will be your new U17 national champion here at the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. All right, first race of the day done. We still got two more to go. We're going to be getting ready for our women's categories coming up after this with our elite women and junior women, and then our elite men for the final race of the day later this afternoon. So those elite women underway at 3:10 Eastern Time. That is about 20 minutes from right now. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with coverage at 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time here on the East Coast. So we'll thank some sponsors and see you back here in just a bit for the elite and junior women coming up at the Wahoo Cycling Canada Esports National Championships.
This is a time machine that connects us with our past and drives us into the future. But above all else, it brings us into the present. The all-new intuitively connected Lexus NX series.
Day 2 of the Cycling Canada Esports National Championships presented by Wahoo in our second wave of races for the day as we get ready to unleash the elite and junior women onto our virtual magic roads here on RGT at the Esports National Championships. One race down for the day today, still two more to go with our elite and junior women coming up right now. And then our elite men will take to the course for the final race of the day later this afternoon. Before we get into the racing that we have on tap today, I want to go back and congratulate some of our earlier winners. Audrey, this is our second day of racing. We're going to be watching the pros here, but I think we got to give some credit to the amateurs. We had amateur competition yesterday, and a lot of times these are the riders that deserve the most credit, the Masters riders that find the time to get out there. If you found the way to race the national championships, I think you deserve a lot of credit. So a big shout out to all of our category winners from yesterday out there. Nice to see all the way up to the men's 65 plus age category. Way to get after it. Dave Wall from the My Supportive Wife racing team. I love that in the men's 65 plus category. So you also see in our women's 35 and men's 35 plus categories with Laura Perry, Jenna Gillick, and Diane Bowmans, along with Anna Tykos winning the women's category, and then Jeff Lees, Richard Keller, and Bart Gould winning the men's category out there. Audrey, nice to see so many different age categories out there racing, and a really cool opportunity for them.
Yes, that's for sure. And to combine work, training, and especially at a certain age, it's so amazing to see all those participants. I think they were amazing yesterday, and that was good to see them on the race.
And then, of course, we saw Ruan Gates winning our 17-18 junior boys race just a little bit ago, and Felix Antoine Leclerc winning the 17 and under category from that first race that just wrapped up. So anything that we learned from the first race of the day, Audrey? I mean, what did you notice from that 17-18 junior boys race that you'll be looking for in this elite women's race coming up?
Well, I think you have to attack at a key moment into the race. You have to save a little bit at the beginning, and for sure at the first quarter of the race, that's where the group are forming. So you need to be aware of that. It is very important. That's what we saw in the junior and the U17 race.
Well, and remember, the climbing starts very quickly on this course. There's a lot of ups and downs as they leave Fonthill. You can see the elevation profile in the upper left corner. The best way to describe this course, Audrey, is that you're either going up or you're going down. There are very few flat sections of this course.
Absolutely, this is insane. It's hard and there is not a lot of time to recover in between those hills. Comme vous pouvez le constater, on va utiliser le parcours des Jeux du Canada 2022 et il y a beaucoup de montées. Et entre les montées, il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps pour récupérer. Il y a des montées plus à pic, il y a des montées plus vallonnées, mais somme toute, ça fait mal aux jambes. C'est un gros défi pour les coureurs.
Elite and junior women will be doing 3 laps on this circuit, so that's 3 times around the roughly 13.8 kilometer loop. They are going to be racing on the RGT platform today. If you're just joining us, we'll talk about the racing platform that they're on. They're on virtual smart trainers today. Everybody connected over the internet, and of course we have the verification in process here to make sure that we have fair racing as well in our Wahoo Esports National Championships. They do have the drafting turned on today, so the riders will have real life drafting physics out on course. We'll talk about that more as that develops out on course, and the collision and steering are turned off. We get a lot of questions about that in the virtual racing as well. How do they turn? How do they steer? The only change in RGT is that it scrubs off speed as riders head into the corner, and so if they're doing, like, let's say 40 miles an hour into a corner, it will take that speed away because realistically you can't corner at that speed, and so it will slow the riders down so that they go the maximum realistic speed to handle a course in real life. So looks like they're getting the countdown to start right now inside of 15 seconds. And once again, the start, very important here on RGT. So everybody ramping their power up into the red zone here as we get underway in racing with junior and elite women.
Très important, voilà le départ de la course qui est donné. C'est important d'amener de la puissance, de tourner les pédales, de mettre des watts sur le vélo avant le départ pour s'assurer d'être dans le coup dès le début parce que comme on a vu chez les juniors et les moins de 17 ans, les groupes se sont formés très tôt sur l'épreuve et c'est difficile par la suite de revenir si on ne fait pas partie du groupe de tête.
So again, multiple categories racing out there today. Together, we have the elite women and the junior women together. I only see 2 junior women on my start list with Ella Myers and Isadora Ferguson in that 17-18 junior women's category, and I think everybody else will be racing with the elites. Claire Cameron on the front here, a veteran to the RGT platform. I've seen Claire racing in this game, specifically on RGT, a lot. She did a series called the Echelon Racing League. There were some races on RGT earlier in the year, so Claire on the front here definitely knows how to play this game.
Oui, donc Claire Cameron qui est en tête présentement, c'est une cycliste qui connaît très bien la course en ligne et vraiment, elle est habituée, on la voit là à la gauche en direct et c'est une habituée des courses virtuelles. Elle a participé à la Ligue Echelon et bon là, on la voit qui est devant, qui impose son rythme dès le départ.
It looks like she's already caused some separation. We'll call this 3 going clear on the front, led by Claire Cameron here. So this one playing out much differently than that junior boys race with that initial selection of 3 happening really, really quickly.
That was quick. And as I said, it was really important to be aware of that straight from the beginning. That's what we saw in the earlier race. You have to be in the front and to make the lead, to be in the lead group. On the left screen, on voit donc Evelyne Gagnon. Il y a un groupe de 3 qui s'est détaché et elle fait partie, Evelyne Gagnon, de ce groupe de 3. So already big race started and the front group seems to increase their lead.
Well, now if they can cooperate together, they may be able to secure first, second, and third. And it looks like they all seem to be on the same page here. I think everybody in that group of 3 is working. You see Mona Lee Keller here for the breakfast racing team on our Lexus Zoom camera here. And this group is now going up and over 60 meters ahead of their nearest competitors behind them. So I really like the looks of this group of 3. This is exactly how it's done early on. And if we were allowed to bet on this, I would bet on the front group right now.
Oui, donc comme Brad l'a dit, on a déjà un groupe de 3 avec Cameron, Gagnon et Keller qui est devant. Et elles ont déjà quand même 155 mètres d'avance là, sur leur principal rival. Ici, on a 2 athlètes, là, Myers et McCarter, qui essayent de revenir coller. Et vraiment, c'est le move à faire. This is the move to do. You need to connect with the lead group right now. And you can't wait. You can't afford to wait.
Now's the time, and Suzanne MacArthur knows it as she goes into the yellow power zone to close down the gap. Myers is going to try to go as well. Remember, 2 different categories out there racing, and Myers is one of the junior riders in this category. That's why she's wearing the white kit here. So Myers, a junior, is about to make it up into the elite group. So we're going to be keeping our eye on her. Great ride for a junior to make this selection.
Donc, comme on a vu un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, on a 2 catégories sur ce parcours. On a les élites femmes et les juniors femmes. Et comme vous pouvez constater, le maillot gris, le maillot blanc, si on veut, c'est Myers qui est encore junior. Ella Myers. Et là, elle va réussir pratiquement à coller avec la tête de la course. Donc, ça va être très, très bon pour elle. Parce que si elle réussit à coller, ben, c'est la seule, là, on la voit ici à la gauche en plein effort. C'est la seule junior qui va être dans le groupe de tête, donc elle pourra essayer de s'emparer du titre.
Myers so close to being able to make it. Looks like she has lost the wheel of MacArthur in front of her as MacArthur tries to make it up there. But man, she was so close, within 30 meters at one point. But now it looks like it's starting to trend the wrong way. She's going to get back out of the saddle, standing up, trying to make it across the gap. She also has to think about what's happening behind her. She's got, looks like another rider coming up right behind her. So I think Myers is about to have contact made from behind. And it'll be nice to have a little bit of company here. Maybe they can work together to try to chase back up.
Et Myers, qui était extrêmement proche de recoller avec la tête de course, elle est venue tout près. Elle avait seulement 30 mètres d'écart à combler et malheureusement n'a pas été en mesure de s'accrocher. On la voit à la gauche, elle est encore en plein effort, debout sur les pédales à quelques reprises. Et là, ben, derrière, ça revient aussi. Donc là, peut-être qu'elle va être en mesure de revenir sur le groupe devant. Ça va être difficile ou sinon, ben, peut-être rester avec le groupe de derrière, travailler avec elle.
Wondering if Myers might want to wait here and try and link up with the rider behind her. At some point, you realize that gap is now over 100 meters up to MacArthur, and it's only 40 meters back to Campini. Would that be a realistic thing to do? Would a rider like Myers wait in this situation? I mean, would you let up if you were out there in real life? Would that be a legitimate scenario?
Well, it's always depend on how she feels, but it looks like she was so close. She gave a lot. She was in the red zone for a little while. So now I think she's paying a little bit for it, and it looks like she's going to have to be working with the people coming behind her. And for sure, it will be better at this point in the race to work with the group than being alone and work alone in the wind for many kilometers.
Isadora Ferguson is the rider trying to catch her, trying to bridge about a 150-meter gap up the road to that group of two. So she's in the red zone. She's trying to make it, but you can see she's got a pretty good gap to overcome over Myers and Campini. Up next, a little further back, you see Stocks. That is going to be another one of your junior riders in the race here. That'll be your third junior in current standing. So Brittany Stocks currently riding in the bronze medal position for the.
Oui, alors donc comme vous pouvez le constater, Myers qui n'a pas réussi tout à fait à recoller avec la tête de course. Et là, à quelques mètres derrière elle, elle a Ciampini et Ferguson qui vont bientôt faire la jonction avec elle. Donc, elles vont être un petit groupe de 3. Et on a également Brittany Stocks d'Albix chez les moins de 17 ans qu'on voit présentement à l'écran, qui elle aussi est en mesure probablement dans un petit instant de recoller avec Ferguson, Ciampini et Myers.
Back up to the front group. Looks like they are calming down. A lot of green in the power zone. That's probably because they're on a 9% descent right now, working their way down. In the top right corner of the screen, you can see the current elevation grade that they're on, but it also shows a map of the kilometer before and the next kilometer, the kilometer coming. So you can see the downhill profile that the riders are on right now. So it gives you another really interesting look at the course. This is something that I'm sure you wish you had in real life, but it's really cool to be able to see that gradient in the upper right corner.
Absolutely, and it's important to adjust the gearing adjust the gearing when you go down, and if you go up, prepare to go on the small ring at the right time. Sometimes one of the biggest mistake is to wait for too long before putting it on the small ring when you head up into a climb. So with that incline slope on the board, then you can really know which gear to choose and to be really efficient all the way.
Same story with responding to attacks. You really, like when you get to the bottom of the hill, a lot of times riders will let up because they say, oh, my competitors aren't going too hard yet. But by the time you respond to the move that they're making, it's too late. And so it's important that the riders go when they feel that they need to go, like when they're on a climb. And I think that's why this group has stayed together so much. 3 really strong riders in this breakaway. So, again, I think this group will stay away, but I think it might be time to start picking some favorites in this group of 3. Dare I say they stay away. So, at some point, we have to start thinking about who the sprinters are in this group and who the breakaway riders are.
Yes, definitely, because if you are a sprinter, you will be happy with the composition of that group. You can just stay in the wheels and wait, be patient, and wait till the end before doing a big acceleration with a lot of explosivity. But if you're not a sprinter, you're gonna have to think about a way to break away, to go away from all the fast finisher. This is always very important because there is no way you can beat a fast finisher if you are not a pure sprinter. You have to keep that in mind.
And you got to remember, a lot of riders still aren't sure what they are on the virtual platform. There's certainly a learning curve to the way that you race on the virtual platform. A lot of riders come into this and say, I'm a sprinter, because they're a sprinter on the road and they can sprint well in a group, but that doesn't always translate to the virtual sprints. And so sometimes the in real life sprinters will find that they're better as breakaway riders on the virtual platform. So I hope these riders have done at least a little bit of practice on the platform. Again, Cameron is the only rider I'm familiar with in the virtual world. That's the only rider that I've had a chance to race or watch race on RGT, and I think that'll be a big advantage. I don't think she's the only rider with experience. The way that the other two riders in this group of three are riding makes me think that they have also been on RGT before.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Evelyn Gagnon was part of the World Championship earlier, so she knows how to race in the virtual life. But look at that. I think we're going to have a junction with MacArthur coming back, and it looks like they have been created a gap at first, but so the junction is done now. They have been creating a gap, but then they just stayed into a really stable rhythm. And you could tell in the live Zoom that they were not breathing as hard as the beginning. But right now, as soon as MacArthur come back, they are going on the attack.
Oh, and now MacArthur is going to have to chase back on. Man, that is heartbreaking. Just when you thought you made it up there, she gets dropped again. So MacArthur putting in a big effort to regain contact. She won't give up, though. She's staying in the yellow zone here. It looks like she's in a time trial position here for Suzanne MacArthur.
Ouais, donc on la voit, Suzanne MacArthur, qui venait juste de recoller avec la tête de course avec Gagnon, Cameron et Keller. Et dès qu'elle a recollé, ça s'est mis à attaquer. Et là, ben, elle est encore en train de forcer, être à fond de train pour essayer de revenir. Donc là, c'est un moment important pour elle parce qu'elle était dans la tête de course. Et si elle veut revenir, c'est le moment ou jamais. Parce que si elle perd encore contact, là, ça va être difficile de revenir.
MacArthur, a former elite pro triathlete, now raising two kids and still finding time to ride out there. So nice to see the competitive edge coming out again in Suzanne MacArthur here as she tries to chase back on. As a triathlete, she should be comfortable right here. Time trial position. You see how she's got her forearms down in the time trial sort of arrow format. It doesn't matter when you're inside, but a lot of times for triathletes or time trial specialists, it's just more comfortable because you're more used to being in that position.
Yes, exactly. You are used to be pushing the watts in a certain position, and that's also why the people that are doing time trial, either triathlon or in the road race, they need to work their position. They need to ride on the time trial bike. And right now, if you are used to ride on the time trial bike, it doesn't matter if you are inside. If that's the way you are used to push on your bike, you have to keep that way. And also, it's a good practice when you arrive outside, you are already really comfortable in this position.
A good chance to use the winter to maybe sort through your fit, figure out what's most comfortable on the bike, and get all that done before the big base miles start for spring training. All right, so MacArthur still trying to chase back on. She's about 85 meters back right now. That was just brutal riding from the other three. As soon as she got there, they stepped on the gas. That was not by mistake. They're not here to make friends today. They're here to win the bike race, and this group of three made that very clear when they dropped MacArthur. That tells me that they're afraid of Suzanne MacArthur. That's actually kind of a compliment if you get into the breakaway and then they start attacking immediately. That means that they're scared of you.
Yes, a very good point, Brad, because that's what they did. It was like she was in the group for 5 seconds, literally, and then they attacked again. So that's for sure. They don't want to have another person into the front group because right now there are three people, so at least they can secure a medal and they don't have to worry about finishing fourth. Fourth is a really hard place to be. So that's why maybe they wanted to get rid of MacArthur, but 85 meters, it's not so far back, so she can still make it.
Maybe the only person stronger than a pro triathlete would be a mom of two, and MacArthur is both. So a dangerous rider to let into the breakaway with you. I think they've probably made the right call. I mean, you don't want to let any more riders in at this point. They don't need her. There's no danger of a chase group catching them, so it's not like they need the extra watts to help them. So I think that was just tactics by these three riders, and they made the right choice.
Yes, and they were quick on it. They didn't want that situation, and then they changed it as soon as she was there. But it's really important for them to keep working together so that nobody can come back. Like, they started the race so fast, they created a gap really quickly, but then after they kind of settled to a rhythm, and so MacArthur was able to come back, and even behind them there will be a possibility if they are going too slow and they are just trying to save too much energy, it could be dangerous for other people, even MacArthur, yes, but other people behind to come back.
Well, now into a perfect pace line for these three in the game. Looks like Claire Cameron has a little bit of company, having a little conversation. I'm not sure if that's online or offline. She's communicating with some other riders, or a lot of times they'll have a support person in the room with them. When I don't know if you ever had to do a VO2 max test in your time where they bring you into a lab and you have to ride basically as hard as you can where they're trying to test. But I remember when I was in school learning about these studies, I learned that the maximum wattage that riders are able to do in those VO2 watts tests are consistently higher when the testing person, whether it's the doctor or scientist, whoever's in the room running the test, is encouraging the rider, cheering them on while they're doing that VO2 max test. They found that produced a noticeably higher, statistically significantly higher power output when you had a little bit of encouragement from the riders. So I'm wondering if Claire Cameron might have a cheerleader with her in the group.
Yes, that definitely helps when you have someone beside you helping you out, giving you confidence, just saying a few words here and there to keep you motivated and to help you to not feel that pain, because it's really suffering the race like that, and it is how it is. I mean, there is a lot of distance to cover, there is a lot of climb, and there is a title at the end of the day. So you need the support to get motivated all the way to the end.
And of course, that person can also give you food, give you water, maybe some ice if that's what you need. A fresh ice pack would be nice if you're starting to heat up. Looks like Mona Lee Keller is well prepared. She's got the little desk there. Now, that's not her mini car behind her. Mona Lee is a mother of three who also finds time to race out there. So shout out to all the moms out there finding time to train and race at the elite level. Very impressive.
Donc, on a vu Cameron qui était là, et là, on nous montre la petite voiture, et Brad disait c'est pas sa voiture à elle, c'est la voiture de ses enfants, et c'est très impressionnant d'avoir une mère comme ça qui est motivée et qui fait de la compétition, qui performe à un niveau élevé comme ça. Donc, c'est vraiment très inspirant. Toujours Evelyne Gagnon dans le groupe de tête avec Claire Cameron et Monilly Keller. Donc, les trois meneuses. Et un peu plus loin derrière, là, à 45 mètres, on retrouve Susan McArthur qui avait réussi à recoller tout à l'heure, mais là, qui était encore en chasse. On la voit sur l'écran de droite. Donc, elle pousse 184 watts présentement et le groupe devant un peu plus bas, là, 142 watts. Donc, en tout cas, peut-être qu'elle va réussir à recoller, mais ça coûte cher en énergie.
I can't believe MacArthur is hanging in here. Any other rider would have given up by now and lost this gap, but MacArthur holding on, keeping it under 50 meters. She is right there. She can smell the riders in front of her at this point, but just has to close that last gap and hasn't been able to get there. Great riding from MacArthur today.
Ouais, très, très proche, 50 mètres. Et regardez la différence dans le carré en bas à droite. C'est elle, Susan McArthur. C'est elle qui est en chasse depuis un bon moment. Tandis que les autres, les trois autres, là, Gagnon, Cameron et Keller, travaillent très bien ensemble. Donc, elle va tout donner jusqu'à la fin. It's gonna be a tough battle, but that's the thing to do. She needs to connect to make the junction with the lead group. And it's going to cost a lot of energy, but then after, when she's in the lead group, she can stay in the wheel for a couple pull and then just regenerate the muscle a little bit.
Look at this, though. Just as she starts to close the gap, Kettler gets to the front, goes into the yellow-orange zone. They are absolutely lifting their tempo. Every time MacArthur gets close, they're starting to go faster in this front group. So they're making this as hard as possible for Suzanne MacArthur to get back in here. And the fact that they still haven't gotten rid of her speaks to the strength of Suzanne MacArthur out there today. So they're about to complete one lap. They'll be doing 3 laps around the circuit today. So we'll see if MacArthur gets any better the second time around. But I'm just really impressed with how she's hanging in there.
Donc, on est sur le point de compléter un tour de parcours. Il va rester encore 2 tours à faire. Toujours les 3 meneuses avec Cameron, Gagnon et Keller. Et bon, MacArthur qui est quelques mètres derrière. Et ça va être difficile de recoller. Surtout, ça va lui coûter cher en énergie. On est juste dans le premier tour et elle est toujours dans la zone rouge, dans l'effort maximal. Donc, ça va être intéressant de voir si elle va réussir à recoller. Si elle revient, évidemment, avec le groupe, il va falloir qu'elle récupère pendant quelques relais au moins là, dans les roues.
Back to Keller, still tapping it out here in the garage. I think that's her communication setup over here. I did see her chatting a little bit earlier. Sometimes riders will stay on with their coaches. They'll get on with a coach that sort of knows their training, knows their power, knows what they can do, and that coach will try to help them do as best as they can.
Donc, comme Brad est en train de l'expliquer, parfois les athlètes là, sur la plateforme sont en communication avec leur entraîneur qui vont pouvoir leur donner des conseils au fur et à mesure que l'épreuve avance et aussi les aider dans la stratégie de course parce qu'ils connaissent très bien les athlètes et c'est important d'avoir les bons outils pour pouvoir remporter. C'est quand même la première édition des championnats canadiens e-sport de Cyclisme Canada, donc c'est vraiment tout un exploit là, d'aller chercher le maillot là, aujourd'hui.
I think MacArthur is about to make it back in here. She is 5 meters off the wheel, and here we go. Suzanne MacArthur, just as she gets there, Cameron goes into the red zone to keep her off the wheel. So MacArthur just has to get up into the draft, and she is going deep to get there. I wonder how long she'll be able to hang on if she does get into the draft here.
Yeah, now she's in the draft. Good for Susan MacArthur. After 13K almost chasing to be in the lead group, here she is. What a good news.
Just as she gets on, look at this. Keller, Cameron, Gagnon all into the red zone as they hit the climb coming off of the line here. MacArthur just cannot catch a break today. It looks like she's losing connection here as well.
Yes, exactly. There is some kind of trouble right now because she's not pedaling anymore.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Donc, on a vu là, Suzanne McArthur qui avait réussi à venir coller avec la tête de course, avec Gagnon, Cameron et Keller. Et là, après, on a vu la diffusion en direct d'elle qui ne pédalait plus et qui semblait avoir des problèmes avec sa connexion ou quoi que ce soit. Mais là, c'est vraiment, c'est sa chance là, qui vient de s'envoler, malheureusement.
Well, that's going to leave these three to fight it out, and now they don't have to worry about the battle behind them. I guess they finally got what they wanted and got rid of MacArthur here. So as those three lead the elite race up on the front, go back and take a look at some of our junior riders. Remember, two different categories out here racing together, the elites and the junior women. So take a look at Ella Myers, our junior women's leader here.
Donc, on a toujours les deux catégories sur le parcours. On vous rappelle que Hélène Myers est dans la catégorie, Ella Myers, dis-je bien, est dans la catégorie junior avec le maillot blanc. Donc, c'est elle là, qui est la première présentement. Elle a une priorité de 623 mètres sur Isidora Ferguson.
So looking at Myers and Ferguson. That's Myers at the bottom of the camera here. And then Ferguson a little further back in 6th place overall in the total race. But Ferguson second place in the junior women's category. So those are the two that we're looking at. And again, the white jerseys, Myers leading, Ferguson in second.
Oui, donc les juniors, ben, il y a toujours ce titre qui est en jeu. Et là, ben, c'est Myers qui a quelques mètres d'avance sur Ferguson. On nous dit là, 560 mètres d'avance sur Ferguson. Et Myers qui est en compagnie de Ciampini. Donc les deux peuvent travailler ensemble et conserver cette avance là, sur Ferguson. Donc ça pourrait être bon pour Ella Myers là, pour aller chercher le titre chez les juniors.
Myers, a strong junior rider, represented Canada at the Cyclocross World Championships earlier this year, where she took a 17th place, top 20 at the World Championships for Ella Myers at Cross World. So very impressive. That translates really well into virtual racing. It's about an hour effort. Somewhere between an hour and 2 hours is really common in virtual racing, very similar to what you see in cyclocross. At least we hope that the elite women get their hour to race. And then the intervals in cyclocross as well, I think matches up really well with virtual racing, where you're kind of responding to these moves. You go hard, then you go easy. There's a lot of ups and downs in the power profile in both virtual racing and cyclocross racing. So that probably translates pretty well for Ella Myers, our current junior leader.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think it's can be really similar. And also another point in favor of Ella Myers is that she could have carried her really good shape from the cyclocross season all the way till here at the national championship. So it's a very good way to train also in the winter if you prepare a road season later on. But right now I'm pretty sure she's fit and ready to race hard all the way till the end. 25.7K to go.
That's a great point. The roadies are just now coming out of their winter hibernation. Some riders will take a good chunk of time off in the season, and then you kind of have to ramp back up. But Ella is going to be on really good form coming off of her cross season. This is probably a nice transition into road season. So maybe she'll take a little break and then get back on the road. I don't know if she does any road racing. Strong mountain biker as well. I know she did a lot of cross-country mountain biking was her other sort of discipline of racing. So I'm sure that'll shift a lot because it looks like she's pretty good at e-racing as well. So we'll see if she has more virtual racing in her future.
Maintenant, on est en compagnie de Ferguson, la deuxième junior sur la route. Et comme vous pouvez le constater, là, c'est Ella Myers qui est devant elle. Et donc, on a toujours notre groupe de tête avec Cameron Gagnon et Keller. Donc, pour Ferguson, c'est une athlète là, qui et de catégorie junior. Donc, on va voir un peu là, ce qu'elle a comme importance dans son pedigree. Elle adore le cyclisme et elle aime vraiment se pousser à fond, tant physiquement que mentalement. Donc, aujourd'hui, ça va être une bonne occasion pour elle là, de pousser ses limites.
And good look at Isidore Ferguson's training setup here. Got the fan right in front of her. Nice to get some airflow going there. And then, of course, the desk with some water and stuff. A lot of riders, I've noticed, will have two bottles, Audrey. I'm guessing that is usually one bottle of drink mix and one is just regular water, plain H2O. Nice to have sort of a balance of the two.
Yes, that's for sure. You need to have energy drink and you need to have a little bit of water as well. You need the good balance. If you drink too much sweet, it can be upsetting the stomach. So that's why you need to have a little bit of water to just find the perfect balance. But also why you need energy sport is because you can replace, regenerate the electrolyte. You can regenerate the muscle with the electrolyte, with the salt, with the mineral. So it's important to have energy drink as well.
Did you ever have a favorite food or something to drink that you liked in a race or on the bike during long training? Was there something specific that you would take with you on a ride?
Well, the thing that I really loved, it was in the last lap of a circuit race. I would ask for a Coca-Cola, and that will be a big boost for the end of the race. But other than this, I was just having regular energy drink, and I was always keeping one gel for the last 20K. That's for sure. Even if I wasn't hungry, I would have taken it anyway because that's really helpful to give you just a little bit of extra energy you need to complete the race as strong as you want.
As a commentator, the Coca-Cola trick works for us too. I learned that from watching you. I learned it from watching the pros in a circuit race, but I do the same thing. Last 20, 25 minutes, you go for a cold Coca-Cola, nothing like it. It gives you that last little refresh, that last little bit of energy to hit it to the finish. So maybe some riders will hit a Coke today. We'll see if anybody goes for the Coca-Cola as we get down towards the end of this race.
Absolutely, because maybe they will need it. It's a hard race. It started really quick, that race, but still the 3 leaders in the front with Evelyn Gagnon, également Claire Cameron and Monique Keller. And Evelyn Gagnon, she was part of the 2022 Esports World Championship on Zwift on February 26th. So it's not long ago. And she's been a tandem pilot for 6 years and won 3 medals at the Para-Pan Games in Lima, Peru in 2019. So she has a big palmarès. Winning the title here would be so amazing for her. That's for sure. It's the same goal for Cameron and Keller. They all want the same thing here.
Interesting to have 2 tandem riders in this group. I know Claire Cameron also went to the Paralympics, I think 2004. She was a pilot at the Paracycling tandems at the Olympics there. So 2 tandem riders in this group of 3.
Donc on a 2 coureuses dans le groupe de tête qui ont déjà fait des compétitions en tandem. Donc les 2, ça veut dire qu'ils sont capables de pousser pendant longtemps. Ça prend un gros moteur pour être capable de piloter un tandem. Donc Cameron et Gagnon qui ont déjà été des pilotes de tandem. Cameron qui a déjà été aux Jeux paralympiques un peu plus tôt dans sa carrière.
Beautiful pace line by these three. They definitely have it figured out in the lead group. Keller, Cameron, Gagnon riding like a group. They're riding like one unit right now. Partially, I think they're all just trying to save their own energy. They're trying to save themselves, but it's also helping them stay away from the chasers. You see, Campini is now at over a kilometer back. Myers over a kilometer back as well. So this group of three is safely away at this point, and now they have to start thinking about the strategy. I don't think you'll see anyone attack in the next 10 kilometers or so. They'll probably stay together until they get into down to the single-digit kilometers to go. Although, remember, we saw that attack from Ruan Gates that went at 11K to go in our junior men's race. That worked, and so it is doable on this platform to attack from 11K out.
Yeah, it is doable, and I think since he had a triathlete background, they are used to go for a long time in a consistent effort all the way till the end, and that worked very well for Gates. And I wonder if there will be one of the three leaders in that women's race, elite women's race, that will try to break away at 11K to go or 10K to go. Right now, halfway through the race, and it looks like they are all comfortable, they are all riding well together, and they want to increase the gap as much as possible on the other riders behind them, and that way it will be easier after to start to get a little bit more strategic.
Back with Myers and Campini here. Myers getting a nice ride on the wheel of Jessica Campini. See Campini in her training area. Looks like the kitchen/pain cave. But Myers locked right on the wheel. Got a nice draft going. And again, Myers in the junior category. The riders are allowed to work together, even though they're in different categories. They all race in the same virtual world here, and so there's no rule against Myers drafting off of Campini in this situation. That's just part of having the riders in the same virtual world here together.
Yes, exactly. And Jessica has a background in long-distance running. She has competed in multi-sport races, duathlons, and her main discipline is running. And she has been recently into cycling after a brain injury in 2019. She joined the Toronto Hustle for 48-hour ride to crush COVID to raise money, and from there she was hooked to cycling. What a great story. So she's here today with us at the first ever Cycling Canada Canadian Esports Championship.
Actually had a chance to watch her do that crush COVID ride last year with counselor Brad Bradford. Had a chance to come on and help out with that broadcast a little bit. They rode for 24 hours straight. Super impressive. So she's got this. This will be easy for her. If you compare this to long distance running, a 24-hour ride, what's a 2-hour race for someone like this?
Exactly. That's gonna be almost a piece of cake for her. Right now, she's in the second group, working well with Myers, but for sure, it's way shorter than she's able to do, than what she's able to do.
Little attack here from Monique Keller, opening up a little bit of space, but Gagnon and Cameron able to shut that down easy. Gagnon gonna lift it here as well. So I think we are starting to see the pace increasing a little bit. They're coming to the top of this hill right now. They're about to see a descent coming down the other way. But we did see some separation in this front group as they went into the orange and yellow zone. So I'm wondering if maybe they're just getting fatigued out here, where it's not so much that they're attacking, but they're just starting to lose focus, which tends to happen when you get into a rhythm in a breakaway like this.
Oui, comme Brad il nous explique, c'est que dans le fond, rendu à ce point-ci de la course, on a dépassé un peu la mi-course et au niveau de nos trois meneuses, ça semble se regarder un peu, ça collabore juste un petit peu moins bien. Tout à l'heure, on a vu qu'il y a eu une accélération de Keller dans la montée. Donc là, on était vraiment rendu très stable là, dans le rythme de l'échappée. Et dans cette montée-là, on a décidé d'accélérer juste un petit peu. Il va commencer à y avoir de l'action. Plus on va se diriger vers les derniers kilomètres de la course. Et par la suite, on a toujours Champigny et Myers dans le deuxième groupe derrière. Et troisième groupe, c'est Ferguson qui est là, également de la catégorie junior. Myers et Ferguson, tous les deux dans la catégorie junior. Mais les trois meneuses sont dans la catégorie élite femmes.
All right, on to the climb. A little more separation, and keeping an eye on that Myers and Campini group at about 600 meters back on these three right now as Mona Lee Keller steps on the gas on the way up here, opening some space. Gagnon going to respond. Cameron has to get there now. It's heating up on the climb on the way up here. But I wonder if this is maybe just a test, like we were talking about earlier, the way that they were getting rid of MacArthur. They didn't want MacArthur in the group, and so every time she would get back on, they would attack. I'm wondering if they're looking for weakness in this group of three, maybe some test attacks here to see if they can see anybody dropping off the back and then keep attacking them to get rid of at least one rider in this group and maybe try and take it from 3 down to 2. And there they finally settled down a little bit. Group coming back together. And you see the power drops a little bit as well. In the upper left corner, it shows the power profile of the rider that we're following. Down in the bottom right window, but in the top left of that window, you see the power profile goes up and down a lot with this rider. We're following Keller right now, and so that tells me that there's a lot of on and off on the power. Keller's not riding smoothly. It's not a nice even approach, so there's a lot of interval efforts happening in this group of three. All right, Keller starting to move up. We're going to take a quick break here as we come just under halfway here. And we'll thank some sponsors and be right back with more live racing here from our elite and junior women.
For every start, there is a finish line. For every stumble, a triumph. We are ready for adversity, for the hype, for the chants and cheers, to celebrate and inspire. Once and for all.
This is a time machine that connects us with our past and drives us into the future. But above all else, it brings us into the present. The all-new intuitively connected Lexus NX series.
Welcome back. Getting a look at your three leaders at the top of your elite women's race with Keller, Gagnon, and Cameron. Well clear of the riders behind them. Opened up a nice gap over Ciampini and Myers, who are riding together. And then Ferguson and Stacks a little farther back. Myers currently leading the junior competition. And all three riders on your screen right now at the front of our elite competition. So, Audrey, not much that these three can do right now. They've got 15 kilometers of racing to go. It looks like they're going to stay together. And again, that junior men's race, the attack went at 11K to go. So we're starting to get into the zone where the winning attack of the day could come here.
Yes, this is going to be a key moment of the race. Real soon, we're going to see some riders try to attack. Like I said earlier, if you don't have the big power for your maximum power output, it's going to be really hard to win the race. So you have to think about another strategy to go on and to win the race. You can't afford to wait against a faster finisher than you.
Well, I'm sure these riders would love to have as much information on each other as they can. Just like in real life, when a rider goes into the breakaway, sometimes you have to look them up, right? You have to look at their past results and say, are they a good long-range rider? Do they have a chance of staying away? I would imagine the same applies in virtual racing. You want to know as much as you can about the competitors to know if maybe they're a sprinter or a triathlete, long-range rider, something like that.
Donc, très bon point que Brad amène. On veut savoir le plus possible à qui on a affaire, quelles sont les forces et les faiblesses de nos adversaires. Et la plupart du temps, il faut savoir si on est en compagnie d'athlètes qui sont capables de finir pendant 11 km à fond, les derniers 10 km, ou quelqu'un qui fait un dernier kilomètre très rapide. En tout cas, chose certaine, toujours la situation de course reste la même. Claire Cameron, Evelyne Gagnon et Monelli Keller sont en tête. Et intercalé, on a Jessica Ciampini qui est dans le groupe derrière. Elle est à peu près à 800 mètres derrière et on a là à quelques mètres derrière elle Ella Myers de la catégorie junior qui, elle, est la première des deux juniors présentement sur le parcours. Donc, elle se maintient toujours en tête.
Watching the separation back here with Ciampini and Myers, as looks like Myers being left behind but still leading the junior competition. So we'll keep an eye on that as Ciampini puts in a big effort here. A lot of time being spent in the red zone for Ciampini. So obviously has the effort, maybe feeling like she saved a little bit too much when you look at the course profile and say, okay, I've only got 15K to go, but I feel really good. Maybe I have too much energy. Then you start attacking. So Ciampini into the red zone here, trying to maybe burn off some of the energy that she saved during the day today.
Yes, exactly. She's trying to make a move at less than 15K to go. She feels that she still have a shot to make it back into the front group. And by the way, Ella Myers, she is really, really close to only 29 meters behind. She is still fighting really intensively because she is right now in contention for the title. She will be she still have enough lead to win the title today, so she has to keep pushing and to push her own limit.
Yeah, Myers not only worried about the junior category here, but I'm sure would also like to get a good result in the overall race. In she is now riding in 5th position in the elites, which for a junior rider is pretty impressive. So great riding today from Ella Myers as she tries to chase onto this wheel of Ciampini up ahead of her, looking a lot like MacArthur. Just when she gets there, it goes out even more.
Ouais, exactement, comme MacArthur qu'on a vu un peu plus tôt, Ella Myers qui va tenter de revenir sur Ciampini, qui est tout juste devant, là, environ à 35 mètres d'elle, tout juste devant. Et c'est vraiment la même stratégie qu'elles vont utiliser. Dès que Ciampini va voir qu'Ella a recollé, probablement qu'elle va essayer de repartir de plus belle pour garder sa 4e place. Et Ella Myers, oui, elle va probablement être en mesure de remporter le titre chez les juniors, mais elle va quand même terminer 5e, en tout cas, si la tendance se maintient, sur le classement élite femmes. Donc ça, là, c'est excellent également.
You have to remember, too, it doesn't look like they're riding uphill right now, but you can see they're on a 3.5% gradient, 3.5 to 4%, somewhere around there. So even though you don't see it on the road here, we call that a false flat when it looks like it's nice and flat, but they are on a pretty significant gradient, 3.5%. That's enough to feel it.
Yes, that's for sure. Right now it's climbing, and Myers just coming back on Ciampini's wheel. Great job for her. She came back into that climb, and she will be really happy to be back because you don't want to be in between two groups. They want to work together as much as possible. They have a little bit more than 500 meters to cover to get back into the front group. And if by any chance Gagnon, Keller, and Cameron decide to just look at each other and slow down the pace, who knows? They could maybe come back. So that could be. It's important to stay aware and to really keep pushing right now.
It only takes maybe 30 minutes or 30 seconds of waiting. That's all that Ciampini needs here to try to get back up for that first group of 3. They just have to play the waiting game for a little bit, just long enough to let Ciampini get back. So that's what she's fighting for. I think she still thinks she can get back up here, and she absolutely can. With 13 kilometers of racing to go, it's only 500 meters the gap right now, so the math makes sense for Ciampini. On paper, she should be able to do this, but that's very easy for me to say from my comfortable office chair here. It's really up to Ciampini on the bike.
Donc, Ciampini, là, qui est 4e à seulement 580 mètres, à peu près 550 mètres du groupe de tête de Keller, de Gagnon et de Cameron. Et si ça se regarde un peu trop devant, si on commence à s'observer et à ralentir, ben, advenant le cas que ça ralentit, ben, Ciampini, ben, elle pourrait continuer à pousser fort et tenter de revenir, mais là, on voit que ça augmente un peu. Là. On est rendu à 739 mètres. Ça a accéléré devant. I think they knew she was coming back, and so they accelerated a bit now. The gap is getting bigger now.
Yeah. And I think this group of 2, Ciampini and Myers, has 2 different motivations, too. Ciampini's goal is to get up to that front group. Myers' goal is to just stay with Ciampini. She doesn't care about making it up to the leaders. I think Myers is just happy sitting with Ciampini here. So I think Ciampini is the only rider in this group of 2 that wants to go across the gap. Myers not going to help her. All Myers is trying to do is stay away from Ferguson behind her because that's the next rider in the junior category. So I wouldn't expect Myers to help Ciampini in this situation. There's no reason that Myers would need to make it up to those 3 leaders. Ciampini is the only one that needs to go across the gap. This is the rider that Myers is trying to hold off, Isadora Ferguson.
Oui, exactement. Donc, Ciampini, elle est en train de chasser pour revenir dans le groupe de tête, mais Ella Myers ne prend pas de relais, elle n'a pas besoin de prendre de relais parce que les deux ont des motivations différentes, alors qu'on est présentement avec Isadora Ferguson, qui est la 2e athlète junior sur la route. Elle est à peu près à 1,2 km derrière Ella Myers. Donc, c'est de elle qu'Ella Myers veut continuer à prendre de l'avance parce que, bon, c'est le titre qui est en jeu et c'est pour ça qu'elle ne prend pas de relais parce que Ciampini, de toute façon, elle assume toute la part du travail.
Ferguson going to come back through the line here. She will head out on her final lap for the last 13.6 kilometer circuit.
Donc, dernier tour là pour Ferguson, 13,6 km à faire et par la suite, ben, ce sera le temps d'être couronnée vice-championne canadienne. Donc, bel effort pour elle. Et bien évidemment, c'est la fin de course qui s'en vient. Un gros spectacle à venir.
Back to our overhead helicopter view of the leaders. I love that they even add in the helicopter noise. It's just like watching the Tour de France.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. We are now into the biggest race, and I feel like we are in the real race with the helicopter sound.
And they're attacking like it too. Looks like the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez here as Gagnon goes into the red zone. I guess it's appropriate for the Tour de France since we're going to have our maybe first real look at a women's Tour de France this year with the women's Tour de France avec Zwift coming up this summer. So who knows? Maybe we'll see some of these riders make it onto their squads that get selected for the women's Tour de France coming up here.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. For the first time, I'm going to have that in the recent coming years. That will be a really great race, and it's going to be right after the Tour de France. So for the women, it's a big, big, big accomplishment in the sport to have their own Tour de France.
Well, I'm impressed how much time they're spending in the red zone in this group of three. You don't see this a lot in virtual racing where riders will have to go that deep just to stay in the group. But riders like Gagnon have been going in the red. You see that little power spike in her profile on the top left corner here. So this group is not taking it easy by any means. It would be very easy for them to look at this situation and say, okay, the race is over, the situation is done, we're not going to be caught, we're okay, we can relax. But these three are still keeping the tempo pretty high, an average of right around 3.3 to 3.5 watts per kilo, which is pretty high, all things considered.
Donc, on a une moyenne de 3.3, 3.5 watts par kilo pour le groupe de tête. Ça roule quand même très, très fort. Et on le voit là à la gauche, c'est un effort qui est extrêmement soutenu de la part des coureuses. Et on vous disait qu'Evelyne Gagnon avait quand même un gros profil là, où on voit qu'elle a eu des accélérations assez intenses dans la zone rouge. Donc, on est dans les 10 derniers kilomètres de cette course, toujours cette échappée de 3 coureuses. Et là, ben, ça va commencer à jouer stratégique là, pour savoir qui va remporter le titre.
Inside 10 kilometers to go now for this front group. Any of these riders stand out to you as we go into single-digit kilometers to go? I mean, is there anyone who has impressed you, anyone who seems to have been maybe hiding a little better than anybody else? Does anybody have an advantage in this group of three?
I think right now it's a little bit hard to tell because they have been just riding together the whole time. It looks like they're gonna have to show it just at the end. And I think for me, the more experience you have online, the best you can be at the finish like today.
And again, experience sprinting on this platform, I think, is going to pay off too. We talked about some of the riders racing on the World Championship team. The World Championships happening just a couple weeks ago. That competition took place on Zwift, which has a different physics formula to it. And so the racing on Zwift is different from the racing on RGT. Riders describe RGT as the more realistic platform of racing. Zwift doesn't have the sort of drafting and pack dynamics that you get on RGT. It's really more just about how much power you can do on Zwift. So Zwift tends to reward the stronger rider, whereas RGT has a little bit more strategy in it. You have to have a little more finesse when you're riding. So the riders that were able to adjust from riding on Zwift at the Worlds to coming onto RGT for Nationals, that'll be a change in how the final sprint plays out. So I hope riders aren't relying on the old physics of Zwift. I hope they're ready for the RGT physics at the finish today.
Oui, comme Brad le mentionne, pour Evelyne Gagnon qui a participé au championnat du monde sur Zwift, il y a de cela quelques jours, là c'était le 26 février, ben, c'est un petit peu différent comme plateforme. Là, on est sur RGT et par rapport à l'aspiration, c'est un petit peu plus réel sur la plateforme RGT. Donc, pour une arrivée au sprint comme ça, ça peut faire la différence. Là. Ça va être une façon vraiment unique à RGT de pouvoir remporter la course et ressentir comment ça va se comporter avec l'aspiration et également dans les montées. C'est différent un petit peu de la plateforme Zwift. Donc, il a fallu probablement qu'Evelyne s'ajuste avant de participer aujourd'hui au championnat canadien.
Just over 1 hour in, 8 kilometers of racing to go. This one is going to be over very, very soon, within maybe 15 minutes or less, depending on how this one plays out. I'm just waiting to see the first rider go into the red zone. I'm waiting to see that first red appear because I think that's probably the first attack of the day that we see. The question is, who makes that first move? It will come. I don't think all three of these riders will try to sprint it out to the line. There has to be one rider in here who's thinking, all right, I'll try one attack before we get to the finish. So I'm just waiting to see which of these three riders will do that.
Yes, like you said, I think there will be at least one of the three riders in the front that will try something because they will wait the perfect moment, the perfect timing, and they have to launch an attack and try to break up that field. If it's not working, at least you're gonna get rid of one out of three. So it's always a good way to improve your chance to be in the first place or in the second place.
We're watching the power of Mona Lee Keller on your screen right now. In the top left corner, watch her wattage number. See how the power number goes red right here? It's turning red because that means she's doing more watts than she would be allowed to in this situation. And so when you're in a group like this, she only needs to do, let's say, 80 watts to stay in this group. If she does 100 watts, the game will basically take away those extra watts to keep her in the group. So until you get separation from the group, if you're drafting in the group, it will show your wasted watts. Very similar to how it slows it down in a corner because you can't go that fast through a corner. It will also take away your power when you're riding in a group if you're putting in more power than the group would be able to sustain. And so that's also part of trying to be efficient, is watching that number in the top left corner and making sure that it's red as little as possible because that means that you're wasting wattage.
And wasting wattage is the last thing you do, especially at the end of the race like that. It looks like Keller got a little bit drop in it. She's preparing an attack, I think. She was a little bit behind, and now she's going straight back into the front.
We see this a lot, too, later in the race where riders start to overcompensate. When they get dropped, they go too hard to get back on, and that'll cause them to not only catch on, but go to the front of the group and sometimes go through it. And so you have to be able to control your power in this situation. It's really easy to get dropped and panic and say, I have to go as hard as I can to chase back on. But the right way to do it is to just slowly catch back on, like in your car. You don't want to slam the gas pedal down. You slowly ease onto it. And so that's what Keller did there. She did a good job of getting back into the group, but not going so hard that she passed the group. She got in and stayed there. Great job by Mona Lee Keller.
Très, très bon point de la part de Brad. On a vu que Keller était un petit peu distancé, perdait un peu de terrain sur les deux autres meneuses, sur Cameron et Gagnon. Et par la suite, comme Brad dit, c'est important de ne pas trop accélérer. Comme si on est en voiture, on ne veut pas mettre la pédale de gaz dans le fond pour revenir. Donc, c'est de revenir graduellement pour venir se mettre dans l'aspiration du groupe. Et là, ce qu'elle a fait, Mona Lee Keller, c'est qu'elle est revenue devant le groupe et ensuite, là, elle a juste décéléré un petit peu pour ne pas prendre de l'avance sur le groupe. C'est pas ça qu'on veut, c'est vraiment rester devant et avec le groupe pour économiser quand même de l'énergie.
Sometimes at the higher level races in the elite ranks, at this point in the race, you'll see riders change their view on the game. They go into just a first-person forward-facing view, and they'll turn off all of the information on the screen because they don't want to be racing. They don't want to respond to a small move that goes. So they'll change the view so that they can just focus on their ride as we get late into the race here, because it's really easy to get kind of jumpy. You're too excited when you're inside the last 6 kilometers here. And so to focus, they'll change their view of the game and also get rid of some of the additional information. Here's a big attack coming from Mona Lee Keller. That's how you do it right there. Perfect move from Mona Lee here.
Grosse attaque ici de Mona Lee Keller, vous l'avez vu, elle a réussi à distancer ses compatriotes et on a une contre-attaque ici de Cameron et de Gagnon. C'est Gagnon qui est devant présentement et vraiment une accélération de Mona Lee Keller. Ça a pris tout le monde par surprise.
And here we go. Whatever agreement they had or whatever rhythm was being worked out is gone as Keller attacked on the downhill. She attacked just as they started to descend, trying to open up a little bit of space. And that has caused chaos to break out in this group as they go into 5K to go here. So, all right, it is on at the front group of our elites as the first attack comes from Mona Lee Keller. And now the waiting game begins again.
5 km à faire, on l'a vu, quelques attaques. La première attaque, c'était Mona Lee Keller qui attaque encore une fois. Elle en a sous le pédale encore. What an attack again for Mona Lee Keller.
Well, I think we found the worst sprinter in the group. That tells me that Mona Lee Keller does not want this to come down to a group sprint. She knows she can't win this race in a sprint against riders like Claire Cameron, and so Keller is trying to win her race early. I think Gagnon might be on the same page here as well, trying to go over the top of Claire Cameron as she goes into the red zone. But Cameron so far responding to every move. She's covered the move again.
Yes, exactly. I think they want to try to get away. We'll see if there will be another attack. Less than 5K to go. Moins de 5 km à faire. Et on peut penser que Mona Lee Keller n'avait pas nécessairement le goût que ça se termine dans un sprint. C'est pourquoi elle a tenté 2 attaques. Donc là, par la suite, il va falloir réagir parce qu'on a une autre attaque.
Now Cameron goes. Gagnon going to respond, and Keller gets there as well. So the easy riding is over. There is no more relaxing. There is no more calm riding in this group. They're going to keep attacking each other for the next 4.4K all the way to the line. It's just waiting for that one to stick. We've already seen 2 from Mona Lee Keller, and I'm wondering if we're going to see a third soon.
Yes, exactly. Very good point. And if you look at all the 3 leaders' face right now on the right Zoom screen, it looks like they are not at 100% yet. I think they are just testing each other, but they are still able to maintain that pace. Everybody look comfortable right now. And soon, as more attack, or even when there will be the biggest attack, 110% power on the pedals, then you're gonna see some more pain phase.
I agree. There's more left in the tank. They are not even close to having the pedal to the metal, as we say, going all out here. They're just waiting for that next attack to come. Good chance to take on that last bit of water, grab it's probably too late for food at this point. I think if you missed out on the calories or caffeine, whatever that needed, it's too late at this point.
Yeah, I think with 3.5K to go, it's not going to change anything. You just need to focus on your power, on your speed, on your drafting, save energy, and think about your strategy. And I'm pretty sure they are experienced and they have the calorie intake all the way into that road race.
All right, so again, looking at Mona Lee Keller in the bottom left of your screen, Claire Cameron in the bottom right of your screen, then Evelyn Gagnon in the top right of your screen. Those are the 3 riders in the lead group, and they have 3.5K to go. I love being able to see all 3 of these riders into the last 3.5K.
3,3 km à faire. Et c'est vraiment intéressant parce qu'en haut à droite, on a Evelyne Gagnon. Ensuite, dans le bas, on a Claire Cameron et Monelly Keller. Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant de les voir en virtuel, mais aussi en temps réel. Et tout à l'heure, ce que je disais, c'est que oui, il y a eu plusieurs attaques, mais on voit dans leur visage que aucune des trois est vraiment à l'agonie présentement. On sent qu'elles ont encore de l'énergie dans leur réservoir et personne n'a donné le coup vraiment là qui a fait mal à tout le monde.
Meanwhile, behind them, looks like Myers has moved ahead of Campini, the junior rider, attacking up into 4th position. We'll keep an eye on that, but right now we're watching these three, and their last one is now 3 kilometers to the line, still together. Keller tried the 2 attacks. Those haven't stuck, and this may come down to a 3-rider sprint to the line. They're very quickly running out of time to launch any more attacks before the finish.
Oui, donc il reste plus beaucoup de temps là, pour essayer de partir à l'attaque là, parce qu'on est à 2,7 km à faire. Et là, pour réussir à s'échapper, pour qu'il y ait une cassure, ça va être un petit peu plus difficile parce que là, on se rapproche vers l'arrivée. Il n'y aura plus assez de terrain pour pouvoir faire la différence. Et par la suite, on a noté que Ella Myers a dépassé Campini. Donc ça aussi, c'est une information importante. On va voir l'arrivée un peu plus tard de Myers là, pour la catégorie junior, mais présentement, on se concentre sur la catégorie élite, l'arrivée dans 2,3 km.
Last chance to rest on the downhill, and now it kicks up again. So let's see who uses the climb to their advantage. Cameron getting left behind a little bit. She was too late to respond. These other riders started to put the watts in just as they got to the bottom of the climb. It looked like Cameron was waiting to see Gagnon and Keller put the watts in before she matched them. So gets caught out a little bit, able to recover, so she's fine. And here goes Keller up to the front just a little bit. They still haven't gone into the full red zone. They're only doing somewhere between 2 and 3 watts per kilo. They will get up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 watts per kilo in these final sprints. So there's still gas left in the tank for these 3.
Yes, exactly. And I think they really need to know the course and anticipate the best moment and also anticipate the punchy climb at the end. Because if you don't, you're going to lose the wheels in front of you and maybe you're going to start to fatigue. And this is the energy that you're going to need for this final sprint.
I'm amazed that they have let this go down to 1.7K without any more attacks. After those first 2 from Keller, group calmed down a little bit. And now the last little downhill section here, and then it's a really big uphill kick to the line. So the time to attack is gone. It's pretty much an uphill 1,400 meters from here to the finish, and we're just going to see who's got the biggest legs and the biggest lungs in this group of 3 now as we crown our elite women's national champion.
Oui, donc là, on est dans la descente et par la suite, on va tout de suite commencer à monter. Et vous voyez là à l'écran toujours les 3 meneuses. Et on n'a pas vu d'autres attaques là en préparation pour cette finale. Donc, ça va se jouer entre les 3 et ça va être de qui aura la meilleure pointe de vitesse à la toute fin. Donc, vous le voyez, on va arriver dans le dernier kilomètre de cette épreuve. Et là, c'est Gagnon qui est devant Cameron et Keller qui est en 3e roue.
Keller opens up a little bit of space and then goes back.
They're looking at each other right now.
Cameron trying to go. Gagnon going to be first in the red zone. They all started at the same time. Wow, it couldn't have started any closer together as Keller opens up. Here goes Cameron, though. She's been pretty quiet most of the day. Monelly Keller redoubles the efforts. Gagnon goes past her at 850 to go. Keller looking really good here. We knew she was going to be a long-range threat, and this is her last try at 800 meters to go. Monelly Keller attacks again.
Oh là, quelle attaque de Monelli Keller! Elle est à fond de train et regardez que Evelyne Gagnon, on aperçoit Evelyne Gagnon qui revient dans la roue et Cameron en 3e place présentement, 500 mètres à faire.
And now Keller brought back, Gagnon back in the mix. Cameron in a perfect draft as Keller redoubles the efforts. Inside 400 meters now. Everybody into the red zone as they go deep in our elite women's finish here.
Ça commence à faire mal. Keller en première place. 2e, c'est Cameron. 3e, c'est Evelyne. On est debout sur les pédales. Ça s'en vient, le sprint final. 320 mètres à faire. Gagnon qui est devant. L'accélération de Cameron maintenant.
Back and forth. This racing is brutal in the last 400 meters as now Cameron goes again. Remember, we knew she would be waiting to launch an attack, so this is going to be it at 180 meters. Cameron and Keller go. Gagnon gets gapped off a little bit. Cameron opens more time here at 120 meters to the line. She's got a nice gap over Keller and Gagnon, and it looks like Claire Cameron is going to be able to hold on for an Elite Women's National Championship win.
Quelle fin de course! Vous avez vu le sprint final remporté par Cameron tout juste devant Keller. Et regardez, elle a complètement vidé le réservoir. Ce sera une 3e place pour Gagnon. Et donc, quelle fin de course! What a power she was! Pushing at the end, Claire Cameron, and she picked up the right moment to do it.
Wow, so much back and forth in that last 300 meters. I really didn't know how that was going to go until Cameron got her gap at about 50 meters to the line and held on. So a great ride from Claire Cameron, our elite winner. This is going to be Ella Myers, who should be in for a junior gold medal here as well. She'll be leading our junior women's category, and I should say winning our junior women's category here. Looks like she's going to hold off Isadora Ferguson for the jersey in our junior women's category. Great ride from Ella Myers today, too. Remember, she was in that battle with Campini. It was a pleasure watching those two battle all day.
Superbe performance de Ella Myers. N'oubliez pas, c'est une athlète d'âge junior et elle est en route pour aller chercher le titre. Elle a été devant tout au long de la course et en début de course, elle a même essayé de s'accrocher avec le groupe de meneuses. Et la voilà dans les 400 derniers mètres de son épreuve.
Well, Myers just 370 meters away now from a national championship. Sometimes this is the hardest 300 meters of the course. It's not the big climb on the course. It's not the steep part. It's that last 300 meters where you can see the finish line and you just got to get there. But looks like Ella Myers is going to be fine on her quest for a Canadian jersey today.
Yeah, that's going to be a really sweet victory for Ella Myers. Last few meters until she gets the title in the junior woman category. She was strong all the way into that roll race.
Remember, also getting ready for our elite men's race coming up here very shortly. Those riders on the start line. We're going to follow Ella through her finish. We'll try and grab a word with Claire in our Lexus Zoom room and interview our race winner, and then we'll also pick up the start of our elite men. So there's Myers through the line, your new junior women's virtual racing national champion. Congratulations to Ella in and done. She'll get her gold medal and jersey coming her way, and congratulations to all of our riders. Nothing like the hug at the end after a successful ride for Ella Myers.
Superbe performance de Ella Myers qui remporte le titre de championne canadienne chez les juniors. Et elle est félicitée par son ami ici chez elle. Donc, superbe performance pour elle. C'est une belle course qu'elle a faite.
Well, Myers going to win her category, but will come in what should be 4th overall on the day as Claire Cameron, Monali Keller, and Evelyn Gagnon go 1, 2, and 3 in the elites, and then Myers 4th overall and 1st in the juniors. Take a look at the watts per kilo. I noticed Claire Cameron doing a 3.3 average. Monali Keller did the most work out of that breakaway at 3.5 watts per kilo, and then Gagnon was the most efficient out of the group of three with 3.26 watts per kilo.
Donc, votre podium pour le championnat canadien élite femmes, Claire Cameron qui remporte l'épreuve, championne canadienne, médaillée d'argent Monelly Keller et médaillée de bronze Evelyne Gagnon. Claire Cameron qui a fait 3,33 watts par kilo et Evelyne Gagnon 3,26 watts par kilo. C'est elle qui a économisé le plus d'énergie et sans surprise, c'est Monelly Keller qui a dépensé le plus, qui a fait le plus gros ratio de watts par kilo.
Meanwhile, pro men, elite men, getting their countdown on the line as these guys get ready to tackle 4 laps of the 13.3 kilometer course set for you here today. So they're getting their countdown. All the power starts to ramp up, and elite men underway at the Wahoo Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. Usborne takes an early lead on the front. This one, a much bigger field, and that's going to make it much tougher to make it into the selection here. So if you're already at the back of this group, you are wondering what is going on at the front. This is RGT racing at its finest. It's always chaotic early on.
Le départ chez les hommes est maintenant donné. Les élites hommes qui sont sur le parcours, ça sera 4 tours qu'ils auront à faire, distance totale de 54 km. Et quel départ rapide! C'est Usborne qui est devant. Et si on n'a pas décidé de faire monter la puissance avant le départ, ben on va le regretter parce que ça part sur les chapeaux de roue cette course.
Just survive this first selection. That's all you can do. Just be one of the 20 guys that'll make this split. Matt Usborne knows exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to split this group and make it as tough as he can early on, saying, if you're not going to be a factor in the race today, why don't you get out of here? Because we want to play this one from the gun here. So he's already dropped a handful of riders out of the group. I'm going to say this is about 15, maybe 16 riders. We'll get a final selection here as they continue pushing off the front here. You see a few riders just dangling. So we'll keep our eye on that. It'll be a while before that selection is made. Meanwhile, let's go grab a word with our elite women's race winner. Emma Watson has her in the Lexus winner's room.
Thanks, guys. I'm here in the Zoom room with our first ever Canadian Masters Elite Women's Champion for esports, Claire Cameron. Claire, how does this win feel for you?
Wow, I didn't really let myself think about this moment until just now. I didn't want to get super nervous, so it's awesome actually. It's first ever. It's nice to have that title.
An amazing race for you. How did you prepare for this race? Because it's on virtual, because it's on an RGT platform, how did you prepare for this race specifically?
I have been doing a lot of online racing over the last 2 years. Professional racing online, or professional racing in real life, kind of came to an end with COVID, and I jumped online, rather skeptical about the virtual racing. And found an amazing team with a team called Riot on community races on Tuesday. And I've just been racing for 2 years, almost on a weekly basis.
And talking a little bit more about this race, you stayed in the pack of the top 3 for most of the race. What was your strategy throughout the race? When did you decide to kick it in and go for gold?
Well, Monali and Evelyn, we all chatted this morning. We're friends in the virtual world. I've actually never met both of them, but we've raced a lot together and against each other in Zwift. So we thought we'd make it hard from the gun, and we wanted a break of 3 and then just have fun for the first 2 laps and keep it rolling. And then there was no friend. Well, friends. You want to win the race. So on the last lap, there were a couple of attacks from Monali. She's a really great climber, and Evelyn gave a few digs, and I knew that I had a pretty good kick at the end, and I buried myself. Monali went super early, and I thought that was going to gas me, but I somehow hung on and I got it.
Great win for you, Claire. How are you going to celebrate?
I'm going to have some champagne, and it was my birthday last week, so I have some cupcakes in the fridge ready to eat.
Well, happy belated birthday and congratulations on your win. Brad,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma, and big congratulations to our new national champion. Some well-deserved birthday treat. Sometimes that's what you have to do if you want to win a national championship. You got to put off the celebration until it's time to celebrate.
Yes, that will be a good time. Celebrate both her birthday and the national champion title. And Claire Cameron, she said there is no friends into the field when you're racing, and I think that's true. And then when you are chatting together, everybody is friend. But the most important thing is to win the race, and for that, that's what she did today. She did really well to win that title.
Speaking of not being here to make friends, maybe the least popular guy in the race right now, Matt Usborne, because he is hit out from the gun and pretty much strung this group out single file. That's going to cause a split of 3. So Usborne will take Tom Thrall and Travis Samuel with him into this front group. And this guy just ruined the day of about 30 riders that missed the split.
Oui, donc on voit ici Usborne qui est vraiment parti très rapidement depuis le début de la course. C'est lui qui est devant et il est à fond de train. Il y a même une cassure, là. On a 4 coureurs là, qui sont devant. On a Usborne, on a Troll, Samuel également dans ce groupe. Et sérieusement, ça fait mal, là. C'était important d'être présent sur cette accélération de Usborne.
And just like in the women's race, I think these 3 probably come together and realize that they have more to gain as a group, keeping riders like Bruce Bird away, sitting in 4th position. So I think these 3 guys probably cooperate. 3 riders, 3 different teams, but they all have the same goal of trying to hold off the riders behind them. So their biggest problem right now is not the other 2 riders in this group with them. Their biggest problem right now is the big group of riders chasing them behind.
Yes, definitely. They won't give up the chase. It's too early, and there is a lot of riders that want to be part of the the head of the race. I think few riders will be able to come back, but not a lot because they are still pressing a lot on the pedals right now.
And that's going to allow Bruce Bird to get up into the group here. See Bird on the bottom left of the Lexus Zoom room there, wearing his UCI World Championship kit. Bruce Bird is a Masters Road National Champion, so won a national championship in the Masters category, but now racing with the elites. Here in the virtual world, he has made it into this group, but they need to stay away, and it looks like there's a little too much interest in the group behind him. These guys are not going to let it go early.
Non, les coureurs vont pas laisser s'échapper tout de suite. Les 3 meneurs devant, on avait Travis Samuel, Matt Usborne et Bruce Bird. Et là, c'est en train de revenir. Matt Troll était là aussi. Et regardez, là, on a un groupe là ici de 7-8 coureurs avec Drouin et Yip qui veulent revenir. Sont très, très proches, là, une centaine de mètres derrière. Et on veut pas laisser fuir les 3 coureurs devant.
Yeah, this is a crucial point of the race for the guys in this group. We'll see how many riders go across or if the entire group just goes up with them. There's a chance that these guys are all able to work together to bring back those 3. But if riders start jumping ship, if they start saying, okay, I don't think the group is going to make it, I need to go by myself, that will weaken the chase group and will actually be good news for what is now 4 guys up the road. So at some point, guys in here are going to get frustrated in this group and say, I got to do it on my own. I got to try and go across by myself. So we'll see if anybody tries to leave the chase group behind to join the group of 4 when they make the call.
Yes, and that's often what happens when there is too much people in one group. Not everyone is going into the front to work and to share the workload. So after a while, the front group will gain time and they will distance themselves on the people behind. And what it's gonna do is that, like you said, 1 or 2 guys will try to go bridge the gap by themselves, because right now, as you can see, it's not everyone that are going into the front, and they are not gaining time on the three leaders.
And even Usborne is stringing it out in the front group, as that group of four sees some separation between them. Samuel into the red zone to close the gap, but they are building that gap up again, closer to about 150 meters up now, and doesn't seem like a lot of urgency in the chase group. It seems like they're kind of calming down a little bit up to this group of four. Do that at your own risk. I've watched all four of these riders in the breakaway in their virtual careers, and all four of these guys have the capability of winning today. They're also all very well versed on RGT. All four of these guys have spent significant amounts of time racing in series that happen on the RGT platform. So these guys know this platform really well, and that makes them all the more dangerous.
On a 4 coureurs qui sont devant. On a Travis Samuel, Thomas Troll, Matt Usborne et Bruce Bird. Et ce sont tous des athlètes qui sont habitués de courir sur la plateforme RGT. Donc, c'est des coureurs qui ont beaucoup d'expérience dans le monde virtuel en cyclisme. Et ils continuent de travailler ensemble. Ils continuent d'augmenter leur avance. Ils sont maintenant rendus à 230 mètres d'avance sur Payne, Smons, Drouin, Van Vliet, Brilal, Yip et Kleban.
Talking about the work that goes into the preparation for racing this course. About a week ago, Tom Thrall in that front group, one of the four, posted a preview of this course on his YouTube. He basically rode this national championship course because it was available on RGT before the race, and talked us through it on his YouTube. So that is a man that is well prepared for the competition here. You can find it on Tom Thrall's YouTube, but again, to not only do the recon, but he made a video about doing the recon, so that tells me that he's taking the national championships here very, very seriously.
Yes, that's for sure, and he knows everything about the course, everything about the platform, and that's going to be a big advantage on the other rider. But in this group, you also have Travis Samuel, and this is a former professional racer. He's from Peterborough, Ontario, and he used to be racing full-time in the elite circuit, so he's going to be a dangerous guy for sure into the breakaway as well.
Back to the chase group, a little bit of separation back here. Two riders trying to go clear. Druin and Yip find themselves a little bit of space. And Zegalar going to try and go up here as well. This is Yip in the black jersey coming across. And he'll make it in. So I think these guys are starting to get frustrated with the chasers.
Oui, exactement. Ça commence à être un peu... il y a de la frustration, la collaboration qui était pas bonne. Là, on voit que Félix Drouin et Yip ont tenté de faire la jonction, de sortir, de s'échapper de ce groupe-là. Le groupe est trop nombreux. Il y en a qui restent dans les roues et qui ne font pas de travail là, pour revenir devant. Donc, ils sont quand même... ils accusent un retard là, de presque 300 mètres. Là. Donc, ça va être important de réagir rapidement. On a vu ce que ça a fait dans les courses précédentes. Là. Les échappés se sont formés dès le premier tour.
300 meters the gap now. That is a big gap to overcome on RGT unless they can perfectly coordinate to close down that gap. But knowing how strong those four riders in the front group are, it's looking worse and worse for these guys back in the chase group. With every passing kilometer, I think your chance of being able to join the leaders gets less and less. So this gap, I think, will only get bigger, and we'll see if the panic starts setting in back in the chasers.
Yes, that's a really good point. And like we saw on the two previous races today, as soon as there were a group in the front, you needed to react really quickly to try to be part of that group, because in the first lap, that's where the big the group are forming. And if you're not in the front group, you're going to spend the whole race either to chase or either to regret to have not given the 2-minute effort just to close the gap right in the first lap.
Remember, this course is a lot of ups and downs out there, and I think that may be what is playing into so many gaps that we're seeing, so many breakaways that we're seeing, successful moves that are winning these races. These are not bunch sprints that are coming to the line, and so it's pretty clear that this course is enough to separate it, and I cannot wait for the Canada Summer Games coming up. This will be the course that they use in the road race. It'll be a little longer. These guys are only doing 4 circuits. I think they do 8 in the Summer Games, but if the real life racing is anything like this virtual racing, it's going to be chaos out there this summer.
Absolument, Brad. Donc, vous avez vu le parcours à la gauche. Donc, c'est le parcours des Jeux du Canada. Donc, ça va être la course sur route. Et c'est situé dans la ville de Pelham, en Ontario. C'est un parcours qui commence et se termine à Town Square, au centre-ville de Fonthill. Et ça va passer à travers les vergers, les vignobles locaux. Et c'est sûr qu'il y a beaucoup de montées. Il y a des sections un peu plus vallonnées, mais il y a aussi des montées avec pour les puncheurs. Donc, ça va être vraiment intéressant. Et une des particularités de ce parcours-là, c'est qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de repos entre chacune des montées. Donc, on ne peut pas vraiment récupérer si on fait trop d'efforts dans la montée. Donc, il faut vraiment penser à ça. Et c'est un parcours de 13,8 km par tour. Et dans la course chez les hommes, lors des Jeux du Canada, ça va être 9 tours pour un total de 124,2 km. Et les femmes, de leur côté, vont faire 6 tours pour 82,8 km. Donc, on a bien hâte au Jeux du Canada. Et c'est le parcours qui va être utilisé.
I wonder if we'll see any of these guys at the Summer Games. Use the opportunity to get up there and race the course. Looking at Matt Usborne on your screen right now, the man who started this breakaway. And Matt came to play today. If I'm seeing this right, I think he has his earphones taped into his ears. He must have been anticipating a really hard ride today, but I think he might have a piece of tape over his left ear to keep the earbud in. It's just like in real life, Audrey, when you have your team car behind you, your director in your ear. Were you someone that liked to have a lot of conversation in your radio, or did you tend to come across the line with your radio accidentally falling out of your ear in the last few kilometers?
That's a good question, because we often see athletes just disconnect their earbuds before the finish because maybe, I don't know, they don't want to hear their team director anymore. But I was kind of the person that really liked a little bit of help on the radio, just telling me getting ready to attack, or getting ready for the KOM points, for example, stuff like that. I really liked to feel that my team director was there with me, supporting me. But for sure, it has to be at specific moments. When you are all out, you don't want your team director constantly speaking to you, talking to you. So that's important to have the right balance, but it can be really helpful at times.
Matt Usborne rides for the Above and Beyond Cancer team, who raced in the Echelon Racing League earlier this season. It's another racing league that happens here on RGT. As part of that series, we got access to all of the team's Discord channels, so we were able to listen in on the team communication of some of the different teams. And Usborne was always a rider that was on the radio talking to his teammates. He's sort of the de facto leader on the road of that Above and Beyond Cancer team. But he would always be on the radio telling his riders, okay, let's ease up. Watch out for the hill coming up here. Don't worry about this attack. The rider can't do it. So a lot of information going over that Discord, and I'm wondering if he has any communication out there today with any other teammates out there. I don't see any other Above and Beyond Cancer jerseys in the top 12, and I don't see any on the start list either. So I think he's alone from a trade team perspective, but that doesn't always mean that you're alone in the race. Sometimes you'll work with your friends or ex-teammates or something like that. Your neighbor, in a situation like this, you kind of form alliances in the national championships where you don't always have your trade team.
Oui, comme Brad le mentionne, certains coureurs, comme on le voit là avec Usborne, vont avoir des écouteurs et des fois, ben, ça va être aussi pour parler à des coéquipiers dans la course, pour préparer des stratégies, pour savoir quelle sera la prochaine attaque, à quel moment, etc., pour faire du travail d'équipe. Parce que oui, il peut y avoir du travail d'équipe sur la plateforme RGT et sont souvent connectés sur Discord avec juste leur groupe, leur équipe, et même que l'entraîneur ou le directeur sportif peut être là pour donner des conseils.
See one of our ZMS camera bots on the side of the road, that rider that they were just passing. You may see those ZMS riders around the course. That is just the ZMS live stream cameras. That's how we bring you these images from the virtual world. So you'll see those bots floating around the course. And then we also have our official photographer, Tammy Brimner, out there as well from TLB Velo Photography. So you may see some more of those riders on the side of the road. That's just our paparazzi, keeping an eye on the riders.
That's amazing because all the riders are doing it's a big event. You want to immortalize that moment, and you want all the people to remember that first ever Cycling Canada Canadian Esport Championships.
Tammy does a good job providing those image galleries to riders, and I know she'll have one of this race, so looking forward to seeing those afterwards. It's always cool to get a little memento of your ride. 4 guys clear, holding on to what is now about a 600-meter gap. So these guys are gone. They're not coming back. I have a hard time seeing how anybody goes across the gap from the second group to make it across. So things looking better and better for these 4 right now as, again, they grow their lead. With just under 40K of racing to go, they've knocked out 15 already. Let's take this opportunity to take one more break here from the Wahoo Cycling Canada Esports National Championships, and we'll be right back with our elite men.
This is a time machine that connects us with our past and drives us into the future. But above all else, it brings us into the present. The all-new intuitively connected Lexus NX series.
Welcome back. Picking up our front group of 4 in the elite men's race. Little gap opening up here for Bruce Bird in what was this group of 4. Bird chasing back on. He should be fine to get back into the group. And that gap holding steady at about 600 meters back to Smans, Yip, Klaben, Van Vliet, Payne, Druin, and the rest. Looks like they're going to lock in that group. Audrey, do you see this changing? I mean, is there a chance that those riders from the Chase group are able to join these leaders? Can they come across a 600-meter gap, or did these guys already secure first through fourth place?
Well, I think it's going to be hard to come back on the leaders because Usborn, we saw him since the beginning is pushing a lot. They want to keep the group in the front, and look at that. We still have other attack in the front while in the back we are just trying to work together, but the collaboration is not there. So I'm thinking it's gonna be really hard for them to come back.
It's Bruce Bird on the attack. Remember, Bird was the one that was just dangling off the back before coming back in. Looks like Usborn will counterattack that and open up a little bit of gap. That forces Thrall to go into the red zone. These guys certainly not taking it easy here with 36K of racing to go. They're attacking each other from a long way out, but that tells me that there's a good chance that these all four don't survive to the finish. We may see 3, 2, or even a solo rider go into the line. Here goes Bird on the attack again. See him with the rainbow stripes on his hat again. He is a world champion in the UCI Fondo category. He won the UCI Grand Fondo Championships up in France a few years ago. So still has his world champion stripes there. He won in the 45 to 49 age category as a master back in 2015 at the Grand Fondo World Championships.
Donc, présentement, la situation de course, on a toujours nos 4 meneurs, Travis Samuel, Thomas Thrall, Matt Usborn et Bruce Bird. Et par la suite, à 600 mètres derrière, on a un groupe d'à peu près 8 coureurs. Et là, on a Bird là, qui a attaqué. Il y a eu quelques attaques et encore une autre attaque. Et on voit là, que le groupe devant là, sont vraiment déterminés à rester. Et comme on parlait, comme j'étais en train de discuter avec Brad, ça va être difficile de revenir pour les coureurs derrière avec 35 km à faire. Je pense que la chasse n'est pas assez organisée et on pourrait potentiellement avoir le vainqueur dans ce groupe de 4.
Look at Tom Thrall up next. Maybe changing the music. I'm not sure what he's doing. Looking for some good tunes. Thrall does have a few teammates in this race from the Next Esports insured team. That is his trade team that he races on in the virtual world, but his teammates are back in that second group, so they're not going to be able to help him. All 4 of the riders in the front group are isolated. They have no teammates in the group, and so everybody's on their own, and Bruce Bird more so than everybody else because he has just hit out on his own once again, trying to go solo. Bird really does not want this to stay together as a group of 4. It looks to me like he really wants to cause a split. And I'm wondering if he's trying to get rid of Usborn here. Looks like Usborn might be in a little bit of trouble at the back. I wonder if that's why Bird attacks here.
Yeah, he has been pushing hard, Usborn, since the beginning of the race. Et présentement, c'est lui qu'on voit en haut à gauche, Matt Usborn. Et il y a beaucoup d'attaques, Bird qui n'arrête pas d'attaquer. Et aussi, on a Thomas Thrall qui fait partie de la formation Next, mais qui a un coéquipier, mais dans le groupe derrière. Donc là, les deux ne peuvent pas nécessairement travailler ensemble. And Usborn has been working really hard since the beginning, but I think now he's back into controlling the pace in the front. I think he's taking care of things.
And just like that, gets up to the front and then pushes Bruce Bird to the back. Kind of flips the roles on him here. This is great racing between these 4. Really aggressive I think all four of these guys could be considered virtual experts at this point. These guys have all spent significant amounts of time racing on the virtual platforms. They've really put the work in to understand how the game is played, and it's very clearly paying off here in the Elite National Championships. So the virtual experts are reigning supreme today.
Yes, absolutely. We saw it straight from the gun. They were in a breakaway together, and Bird launched another attack, and they are all responding. It was never easy. There were never a point into that race where they slow down the effort. So it's gonna be a tough day for them. But like you said, they are expert onto the RGT platform, and they know how to manage their effort. And I think at the end, it's gonna be who is able to suffer the most that will win that race.
Well, behind these four is a solo rider stuck in the gap. You see Usborne, Thrall, Samuel, and Bird, and then at 1.5 kilometers back is Kleben here, but he is stuck in between what is going to be the second group on the road and the third group. So Kleben is chasing just to get into the chasers.
Donc, comme Brad l'a mentionné, là, on a toujours nos quatre meneurs, Samuel, Thrall, Usborne et Bird. Et on voit ici Kleben, ok? C'est un coureur qui est intercalé entre les deux groupes. Il est à 780 mètres d'être en mesure de recoller avec le deuxième groupe. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment une position difficile à être. Et dans le deuxième groupe, vous retrouvez Payne, Yip, Drouin, Zegelbar, Fauché et Brignal, lui, qui est encore un petit peu plus décalé à l'arrière.
And this explains it. Kleben with a mechanical here, registering 0 power. So I think that's why he probably lost contact with that group in front of him. Bad luck for Kleben here, as it looks like his mechanical will take him out of this one, is Nick Kleben out of Montreal for Team Skyline. Register 0s. Bummer.
Alors, on l'a vu complètement arrêté, hein, Kleben. On se demandait pourquoi il n'était plus en mesure d'être avec le deuxième groupe. Et on a vu qu'il y a eu un incident mécanique. Là. Il y a eu quelque chose qui a fait en sorte qu'il n'a pas pu poursuivre son effort. Et là, ben, il est complètement arrêté sur le parcours. Toutes ses chances viennent de s'envoler.
Looking at the chase group right now, these are the riders trying to catch our four leaders, being led by Foucher here on the front. That'll be Marc-Andre Foucher into 6th position. These guys are really chaotic too. They're spread out all over the place, not working together real well in this group. Part of that may have to do with the climb. It's a little harder to work together as a group when the road is going uphill, but does that look the same to you, Audrey? I mean, it seems like they're a little bit disjointed, a little confused.
Yeah, it looks like they are just going in the front, and there is no real collaboration into the group. And this might be due to they are having a hard time to just be stable on the watts. Sometimes, like you said earlier, when you push a bit harder to close a gap, then you're gone in the front, and then back and forth. If they all do that, then it goes on and on and on, and then after the group is just chaotic like that.
Looking at 3 more riders in our Lexus Zoom room. That's Felix Duran in the upper left. It'll be Chris Yip in the upper right with the green screen, and then Dan Zegelar at the bottom of your screen. 3 guys in this chase group here. So getting a look at some of the chasers trying to do the work to bring it back. They have not made any progress up to the group of 3. It's still hovering at right around 600 meters, which was the number before. So the good news is they're not losing time to the leaders, but the bad news is they're not gaining time. So that gap is just holding steady.
Yes, and when you're not gaining time, mentally it's a little bit hard. You're going a little bit nowhere. So for sure, it's a good thing to not lose distance on the leader, but if you're not gaining, you're working and working and it's not work, you won't go anywhere. So that's a little bit disappointing for them. So I'm expecting someone trying to bridge the gap by themselves at some point, maybe use a big climb to do it. That way nobody, they will not carry all the group with them.
Back into the red for Drain up on the front. But again, single file formation here. That's not really what you want to see. The gaps in this group are too big. It shouldn't be a bike length in between the riders. They need to be right up on the wheel of the rider in front of them to be most efficient. It's not about the individual rider, but the group can ride faster as a team, as a unit, if all of their riders are together. The physics of RGT will reward the group if they can ride really close together. But if they let gaps like that open up, then this chase group as a whole will not move as fast as the leaders up the road because they're all together. They're riding really well. But this separation that you see right here is not just affecting the individual riders, but it's lowering the overall speed of this chase group as well.
Donc, dans ce groupe de chasse, là, vous l'avez vu, il y a quand même beaucoup de coureurs. Il y a Bruce Bird, Félix Drouin, Marc-André Fauché, Ross Payne, Thomas Smons, également Dewan Van Vliet, Chris Yip et Daniel Zegeler. Ils sont à 600 mètres de Travis Samuel, Thomas Stroll, Matt Usborne et Bruce Bird. Donc, ça, c'est le groupe qui... Malheureusement, ça ne fonctionne pas super bien entre eux parce que ils n'utilisent pas l'aspiration des autres devant eux. Ils font juste accélérer, décélérer, accélérer, décélérer et au bout de la ligne, ils restent stables mais ne gagnent pas de terrain sur les meneurs.
On the gas again for Usborne and Thrall as they come up on the halfway marker here. And look at the separation again in the front group. Just as I was talking about how these guys were riding well together at the front, they start to separate now. So looks like Bird will have to chase back on. But again, this is not doing the group any favors. It's really only benefiting the individual riders getting the gap going here. So we'll see if these guys keep attacking. They do have a nice uphill run to the finish line. So this will be kind of a preview of what the finish will look like as they come through. And it looks to me like Matt Usborne has been the most aggressive rider in this group. I don't know if that's still going to be the story through the second half of the race, but certainly the most aggressive jersey for the first half goes to this guy.
Yes, definitely. He was the one pushing on the pedals right from the gun, and he's also now attacking, trying to make another selection into the lead group. So he looks like he's in good shape right now. But for sure, when you're feeling great, you need to think about later as well. And some people maybe they feel good too, but they are saving energy, and that can be the factor at the end of the race.
So Thrall made a little attack there, but as things get closer to the top, it looks like they calm down and settle in a little bit. I also want to point out we haven't talked about the elevation profile at the bottom of the screen. We've been talking about the elevation that you see at the top right, but you'll see across the entire bottom of this screen here, that shows the elevation profile for one lap. So they're just at the beginning of it right now on the very left bottom side of the screen. And you can see where the big climbs on the course come. Those red sections on the profile are the hardest parts of the course. So there's really kind of four major climbs, four major red sections on that elevation profile, and they're about to start one of those right now.
Donc, comme Brad l'a expliqué, la barre qui se retrouve en bas sur la plateforme RGT, vous voyez là, il y a un point blanc, c'est là où sont les coureurs présentement. Donc, cette barre-là, ça signifie c'est un tour de parcours. Toutes les sections rouges que vous voyez, c'est les sections les plus difficiles et en montée. Donc, présentement, on est en montée et même que Usborne a encore attaqué, il accélère et là, ça fait mal à tout le monde.
Red across the board for these three as Usborne once again goes on the attack on the climb. So that tells me that he's not going to let off. That's his plan for the day today, is to just be as aggressive as possible and try and get rid of some of these guys before they make it to the finish. So he already got rid of about 30 other riders when he attacked off of the line. Now he just has to get rid of these last three.
Exactly. That's going to be a big task because these are all professional. They are all here to get the jersey. And we saw that climb we just did. Nobody got dropped. Nobody was in difficulty. So it looks like everyone is still able to maintain that speed. And as we go through the course, as the fatigue increase, if you see slowly the rider is going to get tired and it's going to be harder to stay in the bunch, and when you start to do the elastic, that's really hard to come back. So we're going to see a lot of things still to play and to come, and the strategy as well.
I'm wondering if Usborne might be frustrated or surprised that he hasn't been able to drop anybody since, that these other three are still staying with him. I wonder if he thought that he would be able to get rid of at least one. He knows the other three riders in this breakaway, though. He's raced with these guys many, many times before, and so they're not strangers. Any of these four riders that you see on their screen, they've raced together 20 times, let's say, on RGT at least. And so they absolutely know the strengths and weaknesses of the other riders. They know what to look for. While normally that would be an advantage if, you knew the other riders better than they knew you. But I think all four of these guys pretty much know each other as well as the others.
Donc, dans l'échappée, avec les quatre coureurs, Travis Samuel, Thomas Stroll, Matt Usborne et Bruce Bird, c'est des coureurs qui ont fait la course au moins une vingtaine de fois ensemble sur la plateforme RGT. Donc, ils se connaissent, ils savent exactement quelles sont les forces et les faiblesses de chacun des coureurs. Donc, ça va être vraiment intéressant jusqu'à la fin. Quand on connaît les forces et les faiblesses de nos rivaux, on peut utiliser ça à notre avantage.
Trying to see if I can still listen in to some of the team discords that we had access to, see if anybody's talking on their team discord. I think all four of these teams are virtual specific racing teams, esports racing teams. Earlier, we saw a lot of riders that would still wear their road team jersey, their in real life team or outside team jersey when they came to race on the virtual platforms. But then a lot of riders started signing to these virtual specific race programs, like Tom Thrall with the next esport team. Travis Samuel also has a lot of experience out on the road in real life. We talked about Bruce Bird with his Fondo World Championships, and then Matt Usborne, a perennial favorite at the in-real-life races. But these guys have all made a commitment to virtual racing, signing with virtual-specific teams for these e-races.
Yeah, I think we're going to get more and more of those e-races because this is an amazing way to race, especially for people, for example, in Quebec, where there is a lot of snow, you can't ride your bike outside. You need to keep the motivation during the winter, and those races are perfect for that. Back when I was racing, I wish I could have that platform to get through the winter, because at times I have to say that it was a little bit hard, and I always had to go in the training camp. So this is just amazing, and I think we're gonna see more and more of that racing.
I have a theory that we are born with a gene that either allows you to ride on the trainer or it doesn't. I do not have the trainer gene, because no matter what platform, no matter what technology
I just can't stay focused on the trainer. I can do like 30 minutes, and then it's like it just becomes the worst thing in the world. So it's pretty clear that these guys have the trainer gene in them, I think. Again, even with the technology, not everyone can handle the rigors of virtual racing. So I know it's come a long way since you had to do the long winter miles inside in Canada, but it's still tough.
Yes, that's for sure. Some people really loved it. Some people are not really into it, but it's a really good tools to train, and I think there is a lot of people interested, and just to see that this is the first ever Cycling Canada Canadian Esports Championship, I think it's just going to get bigger and bigger.
A lot of riders tell me that the training in virtual racing is really good too. It's very effective because you push yourself harder than you can when you're just riding by yourself. Just like outside we say racing is the best training. You just can't bury yourself the way that you do when you're racing against other riders on a platform like this. And so the racing part of it helps them train a little bit deeper, a little bit heavier than they would be able to just doing a structured workout or following a plan that your coach gives you or something like that. So sometimes the racing is the best winter training.
Yes, definitely. You will never push yourself as much as you will push yourself into a race like today. When you are alone and you're just trying to do your watts on the interval session, it will never be the same than if you are chasing or if you are in the lead group and you get dropped a little bit. You don't want to get dropped. You need to come back, and so that's where you're gonna really go deep and deeper than you will normally do it when you're alone.
Going back to the chase group now, this is the race for 5th place on down between 5th and 11th position in this group. And it looks like they're all going to stay together. I don't expect to see any big changes in this group. I think they will probably stay together for the next at least 15 kilometers or so until we see some separation in this group. Maybe see some riders fall off the back if they have a mechanical or just lose contact, lose the draft out of the rider in front of them. That could cause some problems. But they look pretty safe in this group from 5th into 11th place. And then further back into 12th place is the next group back. That'll be Brignall here riding alone. He's in a really tough spot with nobody in front of him and nobody behind him for Benjamin Brignall from Spruce Grove, Alberta.
Oui, donc on a vu le groupe de chasse qui vont se battre pour la 5e à la 11e position. Et dans le groupe de chasse, on a Félix Drouin, Marc-André Fauché, Ross Payne, Thomas Smans, Devan Van Vliet, Chris Yip et Daniel Zeglelar. Donc là, on est en compagnie de Sébastien Parent, qui est tout juste derrière Brignall, et lui qui accuse un peu de retard intercalé entre deux groupes. Donc c'est une place un peu plus difficile à être, et on pense pas là qu'il va y avoir énormément de changements, surtout pour le groupe qui se bat pour la 5e à la 11e position. Ça va demeurer en ce sens où je ne penserais pas qu'il y ait d'autres coureurs qui vont réussir à revenir sur ce groupe-là, mais il va probablement y avoir encore une autre sélection qui va se faire dans ce groupe.
Picking up Sebastian Parent here up next into 13th position. And then we'll go back to 14th next with Matthew Moore from Regina, Saskatchewan, riding for the Regina Cycle Club. Says does most of his riding solo on gravel roads. And it looks like he's in a familiar spot here, solo on the RGT roads with 900 meters up to Parent and 670 meters back to Ahmed behind him.
Oui, on vient tout juste d'apercevoir Moore, lui qui est tout juste derrière, en 14e place derrière Parent. Il est à 600 mètres de Parent. Et derrière lui, on a Ahmed qu'on voit présentement à l'écran, qui n'est pas très loin là, de revenir sur Moore. Donc, c'est tous des coureurs qui sont un par un. Donc, c'est vraiment difficile de faire toute la course seul comme ça.
Ahmed picking up some of our bots on course, working his way through. So we go back up to Matthew Moore here. And there's a look into Matthew's Lexus Zoom view. Riding for the Regina Cycle Club.
Donc, on est avec Matthew Moore maintenant. À la gauche, on peut le voir dans son espace d'entraînement, son espace pour faire la compétition aujourd'hui. Ça fait un bon moment qu'il est seul, donc sans groupe, ne peut pas bénéficier de l'aspiration de personne. Et elle fait partie du club de Regina, Saskatchewan.
This guy's going to have his eye on a sourdough pizza after the ride today. One of his off-the-bike hobbies, grilling sourdough pizza. You can probably taste that already. Sebastian, thanks for adjusting the camera. I appreciate it. That's pro right there from Sebastian Parent. He knew when he was on camera and knew to turn it down a little bit. That's like zipping up your jersey right before you get to the finish, right? Just that extra little pro touch.
Absolutely. He's acting like a pro. Sébastien Parent is still doing a great effort right now from Velo Select Silver. That's a great effort. It's hard to be alone on a course like that. You need to work all the way. There is no rest at all. You can't be drafting or anything like that. You just need to press on the pedals, even in the downhill.
I think Sebastian probably has a familiar story for a lot of Canadian cyclists. He grew up playing hockey and then transferred over to cycling. I think you probably see that a lot up north.
That's for sure. Hockey is always a sport that we will do. And a lot of riders started their career into the hockey. And then after they switched to cycling, it's just part of how they grew up.
So going to look at Brignall here all by himself. Again, one of the toughest places to be when you're on a bike is all alone. This is your worst nightmare. If it's a windy day, you're trying to stay with the group, finding yourself all alone like this is a really tough place to be. So Brignall just hanging in there right now, trying to stay hydrated and doing his best to hang in there. He's in 12th place right now, so all things considered, he's having a good day. 20-plus starters on the line this morning, so Brignall, even though he's alone, still riding inside the top 15.
Donc, Brignall, on a roulé un peu avec lui. Il était seul. Il est quand même 12e encore, alors que là, on est avec le groupe de chasse. Il a l'air d'avoir beaucoup de mouvements. On est de retour avec eux. Encore quelques coureurs dans ce groupe, mais on a l'air d'avoir perdu des plumes là, dans ce groupe-là et ça continue de chasser attaque après attaque là, et probablement là, que bientôt il y en a qui vont commencer à le sentir un peu dans les jambes, là, ces accélérations et ces décélérations-là.
More riders into the red zone back here in the chase group. These guys doing a great job. Really hard battle unfolding in the race for 5th through 11th place in this group. Look at the separation here. They're just going back and forth all day. These guys, even though they're not leading the race, they may be putting in the biggest effort out there.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in that chase group. This is always increasing speed and decreasing speed, and sometimes that's the hardest on the body when you just accelerate and decelerate. We just saw Félix Drouin. He was looking like he was suffering because, yeah, like you said, they are strung out for most of the time, and then they are not gaining time though on the leading group.
Most riders, if you gave them an option and said you can ride 300 watts for an hour or you can go between 200 and 400 watts for that hour, almost every rider would say I'd rather just keep the steady power because, again, that up and down, the intervals are what really kill you. That's what these guys are doing in the chase group. They're doing the up and down. They're going from 120 watts to 300 watts down to 180 up to 400. They're all over the place. The guys in the front group, look how steady they are. Nice and easy, just kind of cruising in that group. And so they're actually going to be even more effective in that smaller group of four just because they're able to ride in a smoother rhythm. So they've got it figured out. The chasers do not yet. You can see very different styles of riding between these two groups on the screen.
Oui, un style vraiment différent entre l'échappée, les quatre coureurs toujours en tête, Travis Samuel, Thomas Stroll, Matt Usborne et Bruce Bird. Eux autres, ils roulent très, très, très constant. On a toujours les watts qui sont assez stables, ça va super bien, tandis que dans le groupe de chasse, là, on est vraiment toujours en train d'attaquer et de contre-attaquer. Et des fois, c'est ça qui est le plus dur sur le corps, de pouvoir d'avoir tous ces changements de vitesse-là, changements de rythme. Et à un certain moment, ça taxe tellement que c'est là que la fatigue va créer donc des cassures dans le groupe de chasse. Et là, ben, on va se diriger là dans les 15 derniers kilomètres de l'épreuve. Ça va commencer aussi à bouger là dans le groupe de tête. Probablement qu'on va voir des attaques aussi là.
Gap has grown to 1.37 kilometers, 1.4. That tells me that there is now no chance of these guys being caught. So this is first through fourth place, barring any major issues, as long as there's no mechanicals or anything like that. I think you're looking at 1 through 4. That means that the racing changes now because these guys have already made that realization that they're safely away. So they don't need to worry about the riders behind them. And in the chase group, those riders are thinking the same thing. They're like, it's no longer about catching the leaders. It's now about trying to win 5th place out of the chase group because that's the best that they can do. And so the motivation and intentions are shifting. They're changing in these two groups as it becomes clear that that separation is going to hold on for the last 15 kilometers of racing here.
Oui, donc on a 1,84 km qui sépare les 4 meneurs du groupe de chasse. Et c'est évident là, qu'avec 15 km à faire, là, le groupe de chasse ne réussira pas à revenir sur la tête de course. Donc pour les coureurs qui sont dans la tête de course, c'est tout simplement... c'est différent là, la façon de penser parce que là, on n'est plus en mode de s'enfuir du groupe de chasse. On est plutôt en mode comment remporter le titre. Et dans le groupe de chasse, ben c'est sûr qu'on n'a plus dans la tête d'avoir... on n'a plus espoir de revenir sur le groupe de tête. Donc là, on va commencer à se concentrer sur comment je peux arriver 5e parce qu'il y a un top 5 en jeu. Il y a la 5e à la 11e position là, dans le groupe de chasse. Donc vraiment, mentalement, là, tout change à ce point-ci parce qu'il ne reste plus assez de terrain pour pouvoir revenir et l'écart est trop grand. On le rappelle, 1,84 km l'écart avec la tête de course et le groupe de chasse.
A very similar scenario now to what we saw in that elite women's race earlier. With this group of four safely away, it now becomes about strategy of how you do the best out of this group of four. And you have to think, we thought it in the women's race, that there's going to be one rider in here that doesn't want to sprint against the other four. I don't know who that rider is, though, because all four of these guys are good finishers. They're also all good long-range riders. So, I don't know, maybe all four stay together and we get treated to a four-up sprint to the finish line today. Crazier things have happened in bike racing.
Yes, those four riders, they know each other, like you say, like you said. So it's going to be really strategic at the end. And I think there will be a little bit of saving energy now to think about what to do a little bit later on the key moment. and we're going to have a last big climb. That's going to be a place where an attack could go, and I think if you attack, you have to put all the energy on the attack and to not think about if they catch me back, because when you attack in real life, you have to give everything and you don't look behind, and that's a little bit of the same when you are on that RGT platform. You need to push, so that means you cannot attack from too far or you're gonna burn yourself up.
Well, riders heading out on the final lap of racing now, their last circuit with 13.4 kilometers of racing remaining. Today's race presented by Wahoo, the presenting partner of the 2022 Canadian Esports Championships and also an official partner of Cycling Canada and the national cycling team. Founded in 2009 by Chip Hawkins in Atlanta, Georgia, Wahoo creates innovative solutions to make hard-fought goals attainable and lives better. Wahoo was built on the foundation of simplicity and the mindset that there's got to be a better way. Wahoo is your presenting sponsor of today's race, and Lexus, the presenting partner of today's live stream. From the start, Lexus has redefined luxury over and over again through meticulous craftsmanship, pioneering innovations, impassioned designs, and unrivaled guest experiences. Lexus presenting our live stream today. So a little bit of separation here. Looks like Matt Usborne going on the attack at just under 13K to go. We knew there was going to be one coming, and surprise, surprise, it's the man who started the breakaway.
Absolutely, and he was pushing more than 620 watts at a certain point. That was a big attack, and you can see in his face that it's hurting, but he's putting the hurt on everyone else in the breakaway. Alors, on a vu une attaque de Usborne, celui qui a créé cette cassure en début de course, et c'est lui qui attaque encore. Il a monté les watts jusqu'à 620 à un certain moment, et là, il y a une séparation avec Thomas Troll. So I think they got rid of other riders. They are only two in the front right now.
Yeah, and these two guys need to work together. Usborne and Thrall might as well be teammates for the next, let's say, 10 kilometers until they're safely away from these two behind him. I think they're happy to get rid of Travis Samuel and Bruce Bird behind him. So even though technically these guys' opponents in the race, they might as well be teammates for the next, let's say, 10 kilometers.
Yes, that's a really good point. You need to work together to stay away, because if you're not working together, for sure, they will come back behind. So Travis Samuel and Bruce Bird, they are not far, 60 meters and 100 meters back. So if you don't work together, they will come back, and both of them, they can work together as well. So Usborne and Thrall, it's not done yet. It's not done deal yet, but they made a selection and they have the advantage right now.
And Samuel and Bird need to be perfect over the next 5 minutes of racing. They need to take these turns perfectly. They need to be perfectly smooth in their execution, because those guys up the road are going into the red zone. They're not waiting for these two. So the only chance that Bird and Samuel have to win today is if they execute these next 5 minutes perfectly. They have to keep these guys within striking distance. Otherwise, they're letting first and second ride away. So this is a crucial point in the race. They can't panic. They need to stay calm, and they need to keep these guys within distance to catch them.
À 11 km de l'arrivée. Et là, on a une cassure là, avec Matt Usborne et Thomas Troll là, qui sont en tête. Et tout de suite derrière, à la chasse, on retrouve Travis Samuel et Bruce Bird. Et ces deux-là doivent travailler ensemble pour tenter de revenir. Parce que s'ils perdent de vue les deux meneurs, c'est le titre qui s'envole. Donc là, pour eux, c'est vraiment important de mettre les bouchées doubles. And as we can see, Usborne is not done yet. They want to push harder and harder till the end.
This guy can suffer like none other. Look at the way he's burying himself on our Lexus Zoom camera here. Tom Thrall is doing the same over on the bottom right of your screen. These guys are both all in on this move, trying to say goodbye to Bruce Bird and Travis Samuel. Those two guys have given up. Take a look at the top right. They were both in the green power zone here, and that gap is growing. So I think Usborne and Thrall are away and gone at the front of our elite men's race.
Oui, là, je pense que ça se dessine énormément, là. Usborne et Troll, là, qui ont vraiment fait la sélection, là. Ils sont toujours en train de pousser extrêmement fort. Usborne qui a accéléré à nouveau, qui a tenté de mettre à mal Troll. Donc, à la gauche, c'est Usborne et à la droite, c'est Troll. Donc, ça, c'est intéressant. Vous pouvez les voir en temps réel. Et du côté de Travis Samuel, en haut à droite, vous voyez, là, il a levé le pied, il a laissé aller le groupe et Bird aussi. Donc là, c'est vraiment fait. La sélection est faite. On a 2 coureurs devant qui vont se battre pour le titre.
Meanwhile, Bird gets the separation he was looking for. Looks like Travis Samuel is done as he will say goodbye to third place. So now the bronze position getting locked in here for Bruce Bird as Usborne and Thrall continue their march up the road. They're letting off a little bit here too, though. If anybody in this race can catch the leaders with 10 kilometers to go, it's Bruce Bird. He is one of the best solo effort riders in this race right now. So this is perfect for him to try to go across the gap. He's not going to have anything left when he gets there, but if anyone can do it, I think Bruce Bird has the chance to catch back on to these leaders.
Yeah, and I think it's very well possible because in the front right now, when Usborne is in the front, it looks like it's going faster and faster, but when Troll is in the front, he's more into saving mode, so it could help Bird to come back.
Yeah, I agree. It does not look like these guys are racing against each other up on the front between Usborne and Thrall. Bird just needs to do a few watts per kilo more. If they're doing 3.5, do 3.8. If they're doing 4, do 4.3. You just have to do a little bit more than they are. See Thomas Thrall trying to cool down, dumping the bottle over his head. You don't see that a whole lot in virtual racing. That's a move that's usually reserved for outdoor racing, squirting the bottle on top of you.
Oui, exactement. On a vu Thomas Troll à la droite de l'écran qui s'est complètement vidé une bouteille sur la tête et c'est plutôt rare qu'on voit ça à l'intérieur. D'habitude, on fait ça là, dans les courses à l'extérieur, mais vraiment, il est en quête de son titre. Là, il doit faire chaud en ce moment parce qu'il est à fond de train.
Meanwhile, Usborne locked in the bottom left corner of your screen. Trying to keep that sweat at bay. But both of these guys are going to lock in. Bruce Bird coming up on 130 meters back. It's doable. He's down to 120 meters now. Bird has these guys in sight, and if they don't pick it up, they're going to have some company here real soon.
Absolutely, and you can see that Bird is giving everything right now to come back, and now he has them on his sight, and this is going to be important when he gets, if he get back into the lead, he needs to stay in the wheels just a little bit to recover, but it might not be easy because maybe Usborne or Troll will attack as soon as he come back, and it's not going to be easy for him, and I think the advantage now goes to Troll and Usborne.
He's just slowly bringing the gap back under 80 meters now. You can just barely see Bird's avatar off in the distance behind these guys. But I think they would be well advised to keep Bruce Bird out of the group here. Do not let him get into this party because that's going to be a big change to the way this thing plays out. If I'm Tom Thrall and Matt Usborne, I'm talking to the other one saying, let's get rid of Bruce Bird. Let's keep him out of here because Bird can absolutely win this race. If you let him recover just a little bit after this, let's say he makes the catch at 7K, he gets 3K to recover, and then he can attack from 4K out. That's a winning move for Bruce Bird. So this race has just changed dramatically as Bruce Bird joins the group, and all of a sudden we got another threat on our hands for this group of 2.
Attention, ici, c'est le retour de Bruce Bird dans le groupe de tête. Tout vêtu de rouge. Bruce Bird, le premier. Deuxième, c'est Troll. Le troisième, c'est Usborne. Et Bruce Bird est vraiment un gars qui est capable d'aller chercher la victoire s'il se repose juste un petit peu, s'il peut juste récupérer un peu de cet effort-là pour revenir sur Troll et Usborne. Peut-être qu'il sera en mesure de remporter la course. Et si vous voulez voir qui est qui en temps réel, en haut à droite, c'est Bird. En bas à gauche, c'est Usborne. Et en bas à droite, c'est Troll. Donc, vous pouvez les suivre en temps réel, les 3 meneurs de la course avec 7 km à faire.
What a great bike racing story this is. Bruce Bird gets dropped out of the front group. He's riding with another rider. He leaves that rider behind to try to go across the gap, and he makes it across to rejoin with Usborne and Thrall. It's been a great story here at the front of the Elite Men's race. Travis Samuel is still in 4th place on the right side of your screen. He is now fighting to hold on to that 4th place position. He's got a kilometer back to 5th place, so I think Samuel will be good for 4th, but he's got to be bummed that he lost contact with that group of 4. We knew it wouldn't be 4 going to the line, and Samuel was the unfortunate victim of the repeated attacks from Matt Usborne and Bruce Bird.
Oui, à la droite, on voit Travis Samuel qui s'est fait larguer malheureusement de Bruce Bird tout à l'heure dans la chasse. Là, il est 4e et le groupe derrière est à 1 km. Donc, ça devrait être bon pour lui pour maintenir cette 4e place-là. Lots of movement, Brad, into the front of the race.
I told you, do not let Bruce Bird go from a long way out. This is how he wins races. He's a long-range attacker. He doesn't want to sprint, but I said if he can get a little bit of rest and then go on the attack, he's an absolute threat. So that's what he's trying to do right now and catch Thrall and Usborne off guard because he does not want to sprint against these guys. So that's the play. Bird's going to go early. Thrall and Usborne are going to hold on because they're both good sprinters. If I had to pick between the two, I think I tip my hat to Tom Thrall in a 2-up sprint, just based on past results, based on the most recent results. I think Thrall is sprinting just a little bit better than Usborne in this scenario, but we'll wait and see. I've been wrong probably much more than I've been right.
Donc, dans ce groupe, selon Brad, celui qui aurait la plus grande pointe de vitesse, ce serait Thomas Thrall. Donc, ce serait peut-être lui là, que advenant le cas que ça se termine au sprint, qui pourrait remporter. Alors, 5,6 km à faire. Encore Bird là, qui est en avant, qui veut se détacher, qui veut terminer en échappée solitaire.
Bird trying to use the downhill to his advantage here. Now, the physics will favor certain riders on the downhill. The heavier riders will get a little bit of an advantage on the downhill section. The lighter riders tend to go a little slower on the way down. Obviously, that switches when the road goes uphill. So I think Bird, the biggest rider in this group, trying to use the downhill to his advantage, and now Usborne going to attack on the climb. They say the best time to go is not when you're feeling good, it's when everybody else is feeling bad, and I think that is right now for this group of 3. Great attack here from Usborne at 5 kilometers out.
Yeah, I think it might be a key moment because Bruce was just attacked a little bit before, then they came back on him and he countered right away. That was a good timing, and now Thrall is going to go with Usborne, but Bird, unfortunately, that cost a lot of energy out of his legs.
Yeah, I think that was doomed from the start as Bird used a lot of energy to get back in there. He used that one attack that he had to try to get away, but it wasn't enough to get the gap that he needed. So Thrall and Usborne come over the top of it. Now under 5K of racing to go. Bird's gap blows up as he goes back to 80 meters back. He's not coming back from this one. So it will be Usborne and Thrall on the front. Your winner is coming out of this group of 2. It's going to be one of these guys on the front. And, man, this may come down to a 2-up sprint.
Incroyable ici, la fin de course. On a vu que Bruce Bird n'est plus dans le groupe de tête. Lui qui a attaqué tout de suite après, on l'a repris et c'est Usborne qui a contre-attaqué. Thrall a réussi à maintenir le rythme avec Usborne. Donc les deux sont devant. Il reste 4 km à faire et ça va être une chaude lutte entre ces deux coureurs. La victoire qui va se jouer entre Usborne et Thrall.
4K left for these guys now. Usborne going to hit it again into the red zone. Thrall gritting his teeth out of the saddle here for the next esports presented by Insured Team. It's going to be a great final 4 kilometers of racing.
Yeah, it is. Now they know that each other can respond to their attacks. Usborne tried, Thrall responded, was able to follow, and vice versa. So now it will come to maybe a final K where they will try again, but for sure they saw that didn't work yet. They both are so strong that they will stay together, I think, for most part. And then 3.5K to go. There is not much time to try anything.
You maybe get one more chance to try to launch here. If you don't want to sprint, you have one more opportunity to try to attack on one of the hills here. Meanwhile, Bird is coming back. He is now under 40 meters to the rear wheel of these guys. I should have known better than to count out Bruce Bird in this situation.
Donc, il va rester encore une opportunité pour attaquer. Il reste une montée. Et regardez qui est en train de revenir. C'est Bruce Bird qui va venir recoller sur Osborne et Troll. Donc, il reste seulement 3,1 km à faire. Et là, ben, ça va jouer encore entre les trois. On l'a compté vaincu, Bruce Bird, mais il est revenu. Il était capable de faire la jonction. Là, il va peut-être rester dans les roues, se reposer un peu pour la dernière montée.
This guy never fails to amaze me. Bruce Bird has now regained contact at 3 kilometers to go. 3 guys, 3K, and just one national championship. Awaiting these riders at the finish line is Bruce Bird, Tom Thrall, and Matt Osborne. Try to sort this out at the top of our elite men's race. Bruce Bird saying, I'm number 1. You'd never count me out.
Incredible, the comeback of Bruce Bird. Now with 2.5K to go, he's still in contention for the title. What an amazing race for those 3 riders. They have been up the front for a long time into this race. And now it's going to be an exciting show all the way till the end and to see who's going to get the title.
I think Bird was saying, I didn't win this world championship hat for nothing. Got to be pretty good to win a UCI World Championship. Again, the Fondo World Champion in a 40 to 44 age category. So well-versed in what it takes to win in these long-range road races. Talking about Bruce Bird in the top right of your screen, the rider in the red jersey in the virtual world here, who is now getting gapped just a little bit at 2K to go, but he should be fine to get back up into the group. So now it's just a matter of a strategy, Audrey. It's about waiting here and sort of watching the other riders. It's about timing, it's about waiting, and it's really about patience, I think, in this scenario.
Absolutely. You need patience in that scenario because there is going to be one more climb. And now there is an attack from Bruce again. Bruce Bird.
This guy just can't get enough of the watts on the front as Bird goes into the red zone. Again, he's using the descent to his advantage. What he's doing is attacking on the downhill because he has a slight physics advantage because of the weight in the game that'll allow him to pick up just a little bit more speed on the downhill, and he knows it. So he's attacking every time the road goes downhill. Osborne is doing the opposite. He's attacking every time the road goes uphill. So these guys are playing 2 different strategies here.
Donc, on a vu une autre attaque de Bruce Bird. Troll et Osborne ont réussi à répondre. On va entamer très bientôt la dernière montée du parcours. Et Bird, lui, qui préfère attaquer dans la descente, utiliser son poids pour pouvoir déployer plus de watts dans la descente. Mais contrairement à Bruce Bird, Osborne, lui, veut attaquer dans la montée. So, it's going to be one more place to attack. And I think now it's going to be a good time. Il reste 1 kilomètre.
On to the last climb of the day as they go inside 1 kilometer to the line. Just waiting for that big attack. Here's Osborne into the red zone as he gets out of the saddle. Thrall thrashing that bike underneath him to respond as he gets ahead, and then Bird a little late to respond, but he'll get there. Osborne and Thrall get a little bit of space, but they're locked in wheel to wheel, both in the red zone. Still a lot of racing to go here from 800 meters out. Remember, it's an uphill finish, about a 2% gradient on the way up. So this is a very, very hard finishing stretch.
Donc, on est dans une montée de 2% jusqu'à l'arrivée. On a Troll est devant, Osborne est deuxième, Bird en troisième. Et là, ça va être extrêmement difficile. L'accélération de Bird, il reste 600 mètres.
Bird is in good position. He's got him right where he wants him. Osborne drops back into third wheel. He's waiting to attack from the back. Meanwhile, Thrall sitting in second at half a K to go. 500 meters to the line now as they come up to 400. Still no separation. Waiting for that one last move here. There's one more chance to go into the red zone and try and attack. Osborne is not there yet. You'll see it when it happens because these guys will absolutely explode on their Lexus Zoom cameras. And here it goes, inside 400 meters. Bird goes now. Osborne responds. Thrall is there. But is Bruce Bird going to stay away here at 250 meters to go? Tom Thrall
Thrall will respond. He's coming up onto the wheel, 220 now. It's about 5 meters back to Usborne into third as now Thrall and Bird link up on the front. And here comes Usborne at the last minute. He launches the attack. Perfectly timed for Usborne as he goes from 70 meters out, and Matt Usborne comes from behind to win the Elite Men's Esports National Championships. Matt Usborne is your new Canadian champion.
Quelle fin de course pour Usborne qui est arrivé au bon moment. Il restait seulement 70 mètres et il est ressurgi de l'arrière pour dépasser Troll et Bird. Remporte les championnats canadiens e-sport. Quelle performance! What a race, Brad. They were just attacking each other at the end. That was crazy.
Wow. And Usborne comes from behind for an emotional win on the line. That one meant a lot to Usborne at the finish. And wow. Audrey, I'm sure you know this feeling, all the emotions that you've been bottling up for the last hour and 19 minutes, they all come rushing out at once.
Yes, exactly. That was a hard race, and Matt Usborne was pushing on the pedal, pressing on the pedal the whole race. And even at the end, he was able to make the difference. Alors le vainqueur, Matt Usborne, de la formation Above and Beyond Cancer, il était très fort, il a remporté la course, alors qu'on voit maintenant Travis Samuel pour la 4e place.
And then Travis Samuel will come in for 4th. And then this will be the race for 5th. Behind them to round out our final top 5 with Devin Van Vliet.
Donc pour la 5e place maintenant, on est avec Devin Van Vliet. Donc c'est les derniers mètres de son épreuve. Il lui en reste encore 545 à faire.
So Van Vliet still going to come in with a good ride. Looks like he will hold off Dreen, Yip, Foucher, and Zegalar in the top 10. But if you rode your way into the top 10 on a day like today, you can be proud of that ride. These were hard-fought battles out there today on RGT.
Absolutely. It was pretty much strung out the whole day, the whole race. So you have to be proud if you are in the top 10 and all the participants. That was a great race, a great show. 5th place pour Dan Vliet, 5e place pour Van Vliet. Superbe performance. C'était dans le top 10 dans une course comme aujourd'hui qui était vraiment partie sur les chapeaux de roue. Il faut être fier.
Rest of them rolling through to go Zegler, Yip, Foucher, Drain, and then this will be Payne rolling through to round out our top 10. So congratulations to top 10 finishers out there. But man, a worthy winner. That race could have gone 20 different ways from the way that it did out there. But we saw so much back and forth with Bruce Bird chasing back on. Races don't get much better than what we just saw.
I agree. It was a pretty nice race, and at the end, it was just spectacular. Alors, 6e place pour Zegeler, 7e place pour Yip, 9e place pour Drouin, 10e place pour Payne. Et là, on est en compagnie de Thomas Smans, donc qui lui reste 1 kilomètre à faire.
So this would be Smans in next, knocking out his last kilometer of racing here.
Dernier 800 mètres pour Smans, lui qui a été seul pendant un bon moment sur le parcours, juste à l'extérieur du top 10, va compléter l'épreuve en 11e place dans les derniers mètres de son parcours, tente d'en remettre une couche. On est rendu à 358 watts, ça va bien pour lui.
All right, so Smans works his way in for 11th place. Came down to a great race out in front, but in the end, Matt Usborne gets the best of his 2 breakaway companions. Let's grab a word with him in the Lexus Zoom room.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here in the Zoom room with our winner of the first ever Elite Men's Esports Canadian National Champion, Matt Usborne. Matt, how does this win feel for you?
I don't even have words. I'd love to thank my team, Above and Beyond Cancer, powered by Bike World. They've was out of the sport for a really long time, and they've really given me a second lease on my riding. And guys like Tom Thrall coming here and really making the race hard. Man's 8th in the world a couple of weeks ago, and to be able to just ride in the same race with him and legends like Bruce Bird and Travis Samuel, Dan Ziegler, it's just amazing to be here. Thank you so much.
And you've rode in many virtual races, including in the Echelon Racing League. But what makes this race different compared to the other races that you've competed in?
I think I had a huge advantage coming into it, having done the Echelon series. I think what makes it different is I woke up nervous. I was panicky all night, and I've been training on the course. It's national championships, and it's something really special. I think every rider gets really pumped for their national championships and a little extra nervous. And we've got guys like Tom Thrall, Chris Yip, guys who are world ranked guys who are really kind of paving the way for Canadian cycling, especially in this e-racing platform. So it's just amazing to be here.
And I want to talk a little bit more about the logistics of the race.
Sure.
What was your strategy going into it?
Well, I know Tom's faster than I am. So if we kind of gave him an easy ride, he's going to just smoke us all in the sprint. He could probably ride away in the last kilometer, if we're honest. So it was taking turns, trying to take a bit of the sting out of him. And you could see he wasn't really used to the platform. RGT is a little bit different than Zwift in that it's a little bit different pack dynamics. So you could see his watts per kilo fluctuating a lot. So we knew, I say we, like Bruce and I, you could kind of see we kind of sussed that out and started working on trying to take as much sting out of him as we could.
And in that last kilometer, when did you decide to kick it into full gear for the finish?
Well, I'd pre-ridden the course a bunch, and I knew that the last 75 meters was downhill, just off of about a 3% false flat. So I knew you didn't want to lead the sprint, and I knew if you let a bit of a gap, like a sprinter's gap, 2-3 bike legs open up, and accelerated kind of at about 220 to about 200 meters to go, you could really pick up a lot of speed. It wasn't power that managed to beat Tom. It was just technique and having raced on the platform and being beaten many, many times on it.
Well, now that you've won, how are you going to celebrate?
Well, I don't know. I've already thrown up once after this. I probably sit down and have a cup of coffee and I don't know, send Brad Soner some dirty text messages. Who knows what I'm going to do?
Oh, I'll leave that up to you. Congratulations, Matt.
Thanks very much.
Congrats on your win.
Thanks.
Brad, back to you.
I was hoping for chocolates. That is not what I thought was coming, but congratulations to Matt Usborne, your race winner today. And again, new national champion. Tom Thrall goes second, Bruce Bird in third, and our top 10 really all impressive rides. Doesn't get much better than the racing that we saw today, Audrey. I mean, great racing across the board in all of our categories. Congratulations to all of our new winners, but this is what virtual racing is all about.
Oui, bien d'accord avec toi, Brad. Ça peut pas être mieux que ça. Les courses qu'on a eues, votre nouveau champion canadien chez les élites hommes, c'est Matt Usborne, médaillé d'argent Thomas Thrall et médaillé de bronze Bruce Bird. And I agree, it cannot get better than this. That was a spectacular race.
Well, congratulations to all of our new national champions, and I can't wait to see them defend next year. That'll do it for our coverage from the Wahoo Cycling Canada Esports World Championships. For Audrey Lemieux, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. We'll see you next time at the Cycling Canada Esports World Championships. Congratulations once again to our new national champions.